Yo, what's up, everybody? Hello, hello. Let me know if you can hear me. I'm just finishing getting stuff ready. Hopefully it's all good. What's up, Spot? What's up, Jason? Hopefully, if you speedrun your homework, you can watch all of it. Oh yeah, it is not a weekend night. I don't think I can stream tomorrow. So, and I wanted to stream at least a little bit. I know it's been a while. Yeah, my schedule's been changing a lot, so it's a little tough to figure out when exactly I can stream everything because my Friday slot is starting to get taken. But ideally, it'll mostly be weekends. It might be like Saturday morning. Just kind of have to see. Okay. Almost touched my camera lens. Okay, we're just going to do some testing. Let's see, this is not showing the camera yet. There it is. Okay, cool. Let's see my keyboard. Mouse setup. Scoot that over a little bit for later. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. We're going to get started pretty soon. I've got the schedule up there just so you can see what we're going to be doing this stream. Take a little sip of my coffee, a little evening coffee, you know. What's up, Dex? Finally up at 11. Dude, let's go, man. It's a little late, but hopefully not too bad. Okay, how bad is this camera being in the way? Let me scoot this over a little bit. I think that'll be good. I'm a little shifted, but not bad. You can see all my paints over there. What's up, Ethan? What's up, Binchu? GT, hello, hello. Thanks for joining. Spot, what's up? Not much, just folding while watching and listening. Cool. All right, so as people kind of filter in, I might do one more post. Let me hit Discord real quick and then Instagram, and then we'll get going. I think it's going to be a little bit less popular today because it is like a weekday, but that's all right. Let me grab the link. And add it to... Actually, I'm going to put it in the broadcast channel. If you guys aren't in this broadcast channel, it's like an Instagram thing. Live now. And basically, it's a little bit more direct to people who want to get notifications because Instagram's a little weird with their posts now. It's like all algorithm based, but this at least you can get a consistent like feed from me on what's going on, what's new. You know, I posted some stuff like this, which we might talk about a little bit today. This is like the hidden display stand I made for my new design. So a little behind the scenes, a little bit of notifications. But how's it going, everyone? All right, I think we're just about to get started. Death Battle do be keeping me awake and motivated. Awesome. Yeah, so we're going to be... I'm probably going to do a stream and a video about Death Battle like really soon. I think the video, hopefully, to advertise it will be this weekend. But I'm trying to build like a database as well to collect like everyone who's participated in Death Battle and have some sort of data so we can create like a leaderboard. And then we'll be able to kind of have a ranking system online. And then for now, that'll be hosted on my website. or like some web server I set up. But later on, it might like be some sort of data used with CFC, and so you can have more of an international recognition for Death Battle. Where you stack up, whether you win or if you're like top 3, top 5. I think that's kind of a really cool thing, and will give more reason for people to try really hard in Death Battle. Is just more awareness. I've been talking with some leads of origami communities about what younger people want, and I think like being able to be ranked and recognized by everyone else, I think that's one cool addition. That would be neat, especially for very talented designers and up and coming folders. Been to what is the new design for the fold along? That's a great question. Let me answer that right now so you guys can kind of be prepared. So we're not doing that as the first thing, just so more people can join in, potentially. But this is one of the things I am thinking of teaching at the Origami Convention in New York. So my first class I already have registered is the Dark Pocket Dragon. It's what I taught at Origamit. But I thought I would teach it again because it might be pretty cool. But I also wanted some sort of humanoid. So this is like, the triangle version of Head Empty, or of the box heads. But it's not really a triangle. It's a tetrahedron. It's also, it's kind of like Pyramid Head. If you guys know Pyramid Head from the Silent Hill series. But it's interesting because it's based on 30-degree angles. So this is a 30-degree, I think. But like at least most of the things is 30-degree. So that gives it this really unique proportion. That's kind of like wiry and weird. I had a test fold of this one with like arms and sleeves. Triangle head. Yeah, so it's kind of cool, and it's actually very satisfying to fold because one, it's not box pleated, and the 30-degree angle is like kind of neat to do stuff with. And it's pretty easy. So the fold along will kind of be like a test for how teachable it is, or is this even a fun model to fold for people? I think it kind of is. It should be. Another variant is this, which I might have shown a long time ago, except this one has like the geometric-ish head, but I couldn't figure out like a good way to finish this version off, and it just kind of looks, I don't know, it looks not fully complete. Like it's kind of weird and cute, but like the back is really, I couldn't think of what exactly to do with it. So I think the triangle head is a little bit better, a little more complete. It's also a very efficient design. Like this was made from 15 centimeter kami, and it's pretty, it's like 50 centimeters, like that big. So it's pretty efficient. It's pretty efficient. But it'll be pretty fun. No, I'm gonna miss the painting. So we're gonna do the painting like throughout. I'm just gonna start because I have to wait for parts to dry. So throughout this whole stream, we're gonna do painting. And I can always talk about what's going on in the process, because in my last short, right, very short description of everything, but a lot of times it takes me quite a while to actually do, because for some steps you have to wait for the paint to dry. Some steps you don't really need to, but yeah. Ethan says, I'm going to Origami USA next month. It'll be the first Origami Convention I ever attended. Awesome, Ethan. Hey, I will meet you there. That's super, super exciting. Speaking of convention, you will be able to sign up for my classes soon. I think I'm going to try to teach 3 classes. So I think the dragon one's going to be the most popular. Last year I made the mistake of doing a really complex class, but limiting the seat number to like 15. And dude, so many people were upset by that. It was actually insane. I got so many emails of people really wanting to join. So I let a lot of them join, but the room they gave me was small because of the limit. But this time I opened it a bit more. I think it's going to be very challenging to finish, but we're going to do our best. You know what I mean? But the other classes, so one will be this guy, and I think the third one is actually going to be a geometric design. So a lot of people were curious about the springs that I used in the tortoise short that I made. And that spring, let me show it to you guys really quick. Oh, okay. It's over here. Um, I've shown it a little bit before, but it's one of these. So the style of origami is called a trunk. Um, and I think this is what you get from a square. Or maybe this is a rectangle. I can't remember how much you get from a square. But if you make it out of a rectangle, it's going to be like way longer. And it's kind of fun to play around with. But if you shrink it up, it's the shuriken. And this is folded with some thick paper. I think this is, it's not elephant hide, but no, this might be elephant hide actually. So it's kind of cool. It's like a shuriken trunk is what I call it. So it's a shuriken shape, but then it's kind of cool. I don't know. It might be fun. This is my little break into the geometric origami scene, right? But regardless, I think it's fun. It can still be done from a square. It's easy. It's an easy class. I think will be open for a lot of people. So that'll be pretty fun. What's the ranking do? I think, I don't know. It's just like a global leaderboard of design. And then maybe like, I think for the future of origami, the more data we can have on competitions, the better competitions we can do, or the more we can support these designers. So, you know, this isn't quite for everyone, but for the people who really want to push further, there'll be hopefully more opportunities, you know. So I just at least want to start building that database. And I think it's kind of cool to see how you can stack up against people. You know, leaderboard is something you can always improve in the future as you get points or just see growth. So that's one idea. I have to flush it out, but yeah, rankings is scary. Rankings is a little scary. I'll try to figure out a way to do it properly. Spot with me around, no one's going to worry about me being in last place. It's mine. Hey, you never know. You know what I mean? My first IO I did, I was placed pretty low because I didn't finish everything. And then the next one I did, I got second place. So you never know. You know what I mean? Is the tetrahead only going to be taught at the convention, or is a crease pattern going to be published? I'll probably do a crease pattern. I might even work on it today when we do the fold along, so you guys can see it. It's not going to be super private. I think I do want to make more of these simple designs public, whether it's sold as diagrams, which is not really public, but like at least crease patterns kind of have it out there, especially for ones I think are really good. If it's like one that's kind of bad, then I am less likely to share it. So like in the past, I had like a robot. I didn't really like the design at all, so I don't think it's posted anywhere. I don't know about number one. I'm relatively inexperienced, but I'm still competing. Just give it a shot. Yeah, so it's always good to give it a shot. I think in previous videos, I mentioned that competitions is one of the places where you can dramatically improve at origami because it kind of forces you to step out of your comfort zone, right? And I think it's a step that people are nervous about at first, but once they do it, they feel really good about it. So I think it'll be pretty neat. OBB octopus. I was thinking of teaching that at at the convention, but it's a little bit of a weird design. That one does have diagrams, so if you'd like to buy it, I think they're very cheap. I think they're $5 on my website. That's something. But speaking of diagrams, for those coming to the convention, I know I'm doing a little bit of a sales pitch here, maybe to Ethan and stuff, but this is the Wyvern diagrams. This has been long awaited. I had a pretty viral short and a lot of people want instructions, and I had to comment like 100 times, I'm working on instructions. The instructions are finally complete, and physical copies are going to be sold. Now, I know some of you are worried like, hey, I'm not coming to the convention. I can't buy these diagrams. Likely they're going to be sold as well from Papertree, so we'll be able to pick them up and have it shipped. But if you're not able to do that, I am planning on doing an OBB competition in the future where for a limited time, you'll be able to buy the ebook version. So if you're not able to, get shipped stuff, depending what country you live in, but could do an e-copy for a very, very limited time, that might be a thing. That's something I also have to work on before the convention to see if that's actually a feasible thing to do. But that's my plan. But for now, I think the ones with the physical copies, right? This is pretty cool. I think I did a good job at these. It's a nice high quality cover. The pages in print. Obviously, I can't show you the inside, but it's pretty neat. Part of the end of the stream might be like showing you how I process these. So I actually have to like cut these out of templates myself. Let me show you what they look like. So they look like this. Big old box. As you can see, I cut some of them out, but the only way I could print, unfortunately, the place that I was printing from, they can't trim it for me or shift the dimensions. So it comes with this white border. I don't really like the white border. I think it's uneven and it looks kind of cheap. So I have to trim it. But like once it's trimmed, then you get the nice gloss finish. It's pretty cool. So it's going to take me a really long time to like trim all of them, but it saved me like $3 a piece, which lets me sell these for cheaper. So in order to sell these at a cheaper price, I gotta do some work. Oh, what's up, Sandra? Hello, hello. So glad I saw the live stream notice just now. Let's go. Yeah, I know this is normally not the day I stream, so I'm surprised. Or, I don't expect everyone to be able to realize that was today. Looking forward to a new book. Have you emailed CJ? I will see him tomorrow. I have not. I just got these in, Sandra. So I will talk to CJ about it. I think I'm going to see how much stock I have left at the end of the convention or coming up to the convention. But if Paper Tree wants it earlier, I could also do that. I can put in another print order for all of these. But yeah, I also restocked the little dragon as well, so I'll sell both copies at the convention. It looks pretty good together. Let me actually. So I have new prints of the little dragon. Let me grab those. So the people I printed with the first time around, they messed up a little bit, so I had to do some manual adjusting. But now for the little dragon, I have fixed a lot of the margin issues. So this print is a little bit larger in size, but the margins are all fixed. So I can show this page because it's just the basic terms. So these copies of the reprints will be a lot nicer. I mean, the first copies are still great, but it's like even more improved. So we got volume 1, volume 2. Isn't that pretty cool? That should be pretty fun. And then what's the book's dimensions? It's a good question. So Little Dragon's a little bit taller than a Wyvern. I think this is 5.5 by 8 inches or 8.5. No, it's not quite 8. It's like maybe, I think this one's 8 inches by 5.5 inches, and this one is 7 inches by 5.5. So something like that. They're like a little different. But for edition 3, it's probably going to be in this size because I'm working with the same artist for the cover. And this kind of size template worked really well. And then once volume 3 is out next year, give or take a couple months, I am considering selling them as a full collection as well. So all 3 together. Not sure yet though. I do like them individual as books like this too, but we'll have to see. I think it'd be cool to sell it as a special like bundle, but I might save that for another collection so that the Origami by Boyce book has like the dragon collection and the next collection and everything else. Maybe the octopuses and something like that. But GT, I wish I could have made it to the convention this year. My New York trip is in May and couldn't be changed to July. Oh, that's so sad. That's okay. There should be more conventions in the future, so hopefully we'll catch you then. But yeah, the convention is so much fun. That would have been cool if you could make it. OEV Octopus, the diagrams are cursed. Yeah, the diagrams are pretty cursed. Can you fold Divine Dragon with a grid? No, I don't think so. I haven't folded the Divine Dragon, but I know it's not based on grid references, so it wouldn't quite work. You might be able to design something that looks similar from box fleet, but it probably won't be as good as Satoshi's, just because a lot of Satoshi's designs are very elegant. Super excited to try OBB competition if I have time. Yeah, so the OBB competition will, you know, extend for quite a long period of time to give people the chance to work on, you know, making their Wyvern the best it can be. It's not that hard of a design, but I know a lot of people like to, you know, spend time on shaping or work on getting a really good fold. So I'll make sure that the window for that is big enough. Looks 15 by 20 centimeters. Yeah, something about that. 5.5 by 8. Those are very cool. Thank you. So yeah, that was another announcement. Speaking of which, for the stream, we are going to talk a little bit about the painting. Now, with the painting, you're going to get a sneak preview of a short I'm making. This is the Rathalos armor. I think originally I asked, yo, should I paint it in a video? And a lot of people said no, because they didn't quite know what I meant by painting, I don't think. Even some of my friends that are pretty good at finishing origami, they're like, how are you going to paint it afterwards? But then after my Legion armor and the Wilder, they liked the painting. So I'm like, I think this one would look good painted as well. So we're starting off with our black primer. What I've advised people to do when starting is to use a primer, because not all papers can handle acrylic paint or whatever, oil paint. But if you use a primer, now there's a layer that accepts paint a lot better. So this kind of works. It also will protect the paper a little bit. At least the primer I used is a little bit hydrophobic. So if water gets on the surface, it doesn't immediately soak into the paper. So that's going to help, especially in New York where it's humid, for the model not to start to decay. As you can see, where I spray painted some of the inside, this is where it was being held. So what I'm going to do first actually is fill the rest of this in with black, so it looks kind of even. But that's the plan. So I'll show again, the painting is going to go throughout the stream. I'm going to show the first step, or the second step, I guess, which after this is we're going to do a base coat. So I'm going to show how I make that color. Before that, I have something very satisfying to show you guys. This is the paint I use, and also this is like the MC and PVA I generally use, and it's just perfect time to peel this off. And this is one of the most satisfying things as a result of shaping with PVA, MC, and stuff, is you get to peel this off. So I had it started. Check this out. Here we go. I don't know if the microphone will pick this up, but ooh, all at once. Is that nice? Okay, sorry. I just thought that was very satisfying. But let's get started with that as I keep answering questions. I know some people someone messaged into Discord that like, I'm going to record all these notes about what I should bring to convention. And so Ethan, since you're coming to the convention as well, if you have questions on like, what should I bring? What do I need to do? Please ask them, because I'm also preparing a video for Origami USA, actually specifically for the Pacific Coast Convention, as kind of a beginner's guide to origami conventions. So I'm going to be filming part of it at the New York convention. I've already filmed part of the process of like registering for classes or registering for exhibition, stuff like that. And I'm going to try to make it almost like a tutorial on what to do, like a little bit before convention and also at the convention, you know, how does like a first timer get the most out of it. So I think that'll be a pretty useful resource. So whatever questions you have will give me some insight on what, you know, people are thinking about, on what to bring. Ethan, I don't know, is this your first convention ever, first origami convention ever? Oh yes, you said that. It's your first origami convention you've ever attended. So yeah, definitely interested in your perspective and what you're curious about. So yeah, feel free to ask away. As well as anyone in the chat, if you haven't been to a convention before, let me know what questions you got. Is there going to be a Rathalos armor tutorial? Thank you for asking that. I meant to bring that up as a topic when I brought the Rathalos out. So I made a post because this is like the third in its series on voting for the tutorials for which design. Honestly, I was really hoping for the Rathalos armor to win, but it looks like the Wilder armor is winning right now at 61% of 547 votes. So I'm almost at 30,000. I think at 30,000 subscribers, I'm going to call it. We're at 29.9. So I'm pretty sure Wilder's going to win. However, after I make the Wilder tutorial, if I have like the mental bandwidth or time, I might make a Rathalos tutorial, because as I was painting this and like taking a look at the Rathalos armor again, I was like, man, this is such a great design. Not all of my designs are great. A lot of them are scuffed. Like the Legion armor is pretty scuffed. As mentioned before, the octopus, very, very scuffed. Like it might look cool, but it's not like a great design. You know what I mean? This one is a pretty great design. There's a lot of intricacies, and I think the paint will actually help show some of the more intricacies. Like in the original photos, it's hard to see the shape in 3D nature of the shield. And once I paint it, it's going to highlight it a little bit better. Okay, but let's start here. So one thing that's important that I learned for painting, and that helps keep these things clean and is good for acrylic paint in general, is to use something called a wet palette. So you guys are also getting a little sneak peek of like the painting tutorial, because people also want a full painting tutorial. But generally, I will take like a paper towel and I'll get it wet. I'm going to go to my sink really quick, and I'll use this as the base inside my, like you could just put the paint in this plastic cup, but putting it on the wet towel will make the paint stay usable for a lot longer, and it kind of hydrates your brush. It's very useful. So yeah, and then to clean, like once it dries, you can just peel it off and use it for easy cleanup. So I'm gonna go do that really quick. I'll be right back, but feel free to ask some questions and I will try to do everything. All right, answer everything. All right, we are back. Okay, let's see. First Origami Convention, third convention period. Nice. First time traveling out of the state of my own, going by train. Oh, cool. Wow. Going on your own. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. That's like a big trip in general for you. That's awesome to hear, Ethan. Super exciting. Yeah, definitely say hi to me at the convention. I know I might be running around everywhere, but definitely say hi. You can come hang out. Besides classes, I'll probably be into exhibition a lot, but if you find me in the main room, I'll probably be sitting like with Chris. But yeah, come bother me, ask me as much questions as you want. Okay. I missed a bunch of the chat. Let me try to read some of these questions. Jason says the spikes look so cool to paint. Yeah, the spikes are gonna be great. They work really. They already like were pretty noticeable, but highlighted, it's just going to work really well. Is it going to be okay? Folding STS now. Should I paint it? I think it depends. If you like the color of the paper you're using already, then maybe don't paint it. But I like the color of my painted STS, right? So I can show 2 Square Twist Samurais, one painted, one not painted. And let me get rid of this schedule so there's more room. Here's one that's not painted. This is the original. And here's one that is painted, which was for the tutorial. Now, the original one is arguably folded a little bit better just because I didn't have to do a tutorial with it. So I could spend like way more time shaping. And I think this color really worked for this paper. Actually, the paper's dyed, but it's not painted. So this would be like dyed paper or paper painted beforehand, right? If you're using a colored paper. And then, so everything's still pretty clean. A lot of the details show through, but the painted one, to have like a metallic feel to it, seems pretty cool too. Especially in some of the areas that's harder to highlight, like the back, right? Also in the sword edge, I don't know, it seems kind of characteristic to have the samurai red as well. I think I also did this one. I did the paint a little quickly just because I was doing a video for it. So parts of it aren't super great, but I do really like the legs. Like the legs work really well with the paint. Just like really makes it look like an armored boot. So I don't know, hard to say. But I enjoyed the paint a lot. So the painted one I'm bringing to the convention. So that'll go in with the rest. Actually, let me show the Wilder really quick. I just finished the display stand. So I talked about it a little bit earlier at the beginning of the stream. But the base, I custom did it just because the way I shaped Wilder, he actually needed to be like standing on something raised a little bit. So as you can see, it's a little bit of a raised platform. As well as I just wanted to practice doing some terrain texture. So it's kind of like a stone finish. I think that's kind of fitting. But it works really well for him. And then the display stand is pretty unique. All right, so this is what it looks like. I 3D printed this, painted it with Black 2.0 paint, so it hides in the model. And what I like about this better than wire is with wire, I kind of had to permanently attach the model to the wire so that it could support it. But with these custom 3D prints, like it very much fits into the model because I designed it that way. And so it's easy to remove it and put it back to the stand, which once it's in the stand, it actually holds itself pretty well on its own. So it just, I don't know, it works very seamlessly and it's very easy. And not having to use wires makes it a lot cleaner in the back as well. That one's pretty neat. And then why not show the Legion armor? Because I also want to ask you guys, like, what exact color should I exactly paint the Rathalos armor? I have an idea already. I think I'm gonna do a lighter silver than this. I think I'm gonna keep it more metallic. So there's like a silver Rathalos in the game, if you're familiar. But I like the idea of doing like a lighter silver, maybe slight bluish tint, if anything. But I want to try some new techniques as well, using metallic and non-metallic paints to draw it out. But I think this one turned out really good. This one has like a rusted steel. I don't know how much it's picking up in camera, but at least in the footage you can kind of see it. I did a nice, like, on top of the color, it's like very aged. And this one also has that 3D printed stand. You can see this one a little bit more, but it's also with that same black 2.0 paint to hide it a bit. Okay, let's like actually start painting. We'll get a little bit through the topics of the stream. A lot of times I put these things up on the schedule just to have an idea of where the stream should go, but I love just talking randomly and answering questions as well. You need like 10 more subs. I think I'm like super close to 30K. What's up, Mark? Good evening. Great. Speaking of Square Twist Samurai, that's the co-designer right there, Mark. Plan on exhibiting at least 2 models I fold in 2024. Tenkoda's Bearded Dragon and RJ. Oh, those are awesome. That'd be so cool. Ethan, have you signed up for exhibition yet? So you should definitely do that. If you're only bringing 2 models, you could probably get away with a quarter table. Those are really nice models though, so the quarter table would be totally fine. You can also bring like a name tag or something. What size paper is that? What size paper for which one, GT? Mark, I know I'm late, but I made a post on the Origami versus CC if you have time. Okay, sure. We can check that out. Let me like paint this and then maybe we'll check it out, Mark. Ethan's wondering how I will bring them. The cactus in a box with some. Okay. Then I'll put the box in my luggage. So you're taking the tray. Okay, I'll give you some ideas, Ethan. And since you have time, we'll see. You know what you can probably do a mix of what you have available to you to make sure you travel safely. Eric's like gray. Non-painted SCS, the original one. Oh, the paper for that is the gray one. I think it's 60 centimeters. I think it was 60 centimeters. I like the painted one a bit more. Gold fabric, natural color change, and painted more. The gold on the Samurai is not color. Or do you mean on the Wilder, the brownish gold? It technically the backside is natural color changed. The front could be naturally color changed, but I think the way I did it, not exactly. What's up, Caleb? Dude, it's been a while. Great to see you in stream. What does the back of the Legion armor look like when you're painting? Oh, this one is a little larger than 60 centimeters. I think this is closer to 70. I think I did a double paper for this one. Same thing with the Wilder. The Wilder, I made it pretty big. Back of... It's like kind of closed back. Legion armor. Not fully. It's like the dress is closed, but the legs aren't. The legs could close. They're just a little bit wide. And I didn't want to close it. But the arms are closed and the helmet's closed. The Wilder back is like fully closed. Someone said the sword was short, but I think it was just the angle of the photo. The sword is like actually a normal size for a one-handed sword that you'd want to hold. The Monster Hunter one is oversized. Like that's a gigantic sword if you think about it in real life. STS was 60. Yeah, I think the STS was 60 for sure. Thanks. Yeah. It's like the 60 centimeters, you can generally get away with almost everything out of my models. A little bit bigger for more complex ones like this. But this is only a 48 grid, so it's not bad. Okay, so let's start with just black paint on this. And flat iron. This is wrought iron, okay. So I don't know if this one's metallic, if this is flat iron. Let me just use a ebony. Let's use carbon. Possible with 50 centimeters? It's possible. It's just the shaping is going to look a little bit more crunchy. Just because it's smaller. Like once you get under 50 centimeters, it starts to become like a miniature fold. Or a lot of like the folding details will be like miniature-ish. So you just won't get the full flexibility. But it's probably not bad. And there are exceptions. If you guys know ... who I've featured in a couple of videos, his folds of my samurai are from like 30 centimeter, and they're very, very good. Same with the STS. Also, Maple made the STS, me and Mark's STS from like 20 centimeter. Okay, so yeah, no real paint techniques here yet. I'm just filling in where the spray paint missed. This carbon paint might be a little bit too watery. Actually, it's sinking into the into the towel. Let me use the other black paint. Some of these acrylics are thicker. That, or maybe I didn't mix it enough. Mark, I tried it from 50. You can do it. Can't recommend it. Yeah. It's like, I don't think I'd want to fold it either. Like the rule of thumb sometimes is like at least 1 centimeter per grid. And since this 48 centimeter, it's like arguable that it's a little bit more, but for humanoids, I think it's different because you're trying to make a bigger model. You know, that rule might apply for like insects better because insects, you're trying to make it generally smaller, but okay, this might be a step I do later just to clean up the inside. We don't really need to worry about the inside because after I make the display stand again, you won't really be seeing what's on the inside. Or what I could do is I could just take a spray paint, spray the inside a bit more, but yeah, we'll try to clean this up a bit before we start. But we'll at least do the front for now. Okay. You just want like a nice dark base coat for a lot of the deep pockets. But things that generally won't be seen, kind of okay. All right, so let's start with the front. I think what I want to do is actually go with this wrought iron. So this wrought iron is actually very close to black. And my strategy here is go dark to light. And then if I need to, go back to dark. So you might not see too much of a difference once I apply this, but I think it'll be enough. Okay, this is a nice thick paint. I actually have a makeup sponge that's going to help me apply this a little faster than normal. So I'm going to get that on the sponge kind of evenly. Kind of missed a little bit. I also have this paint palette surface so I don't get any on my desk. I can rub off some of the extra paint on it and clean my fingers. So what I'm going to do here, I think a lot of you have heard of the term dry brushing. It's like the most popular painting term and a lot of what we see in origami. What I'm going to do here is an overbrush. So I'm applying way more paint than you would with a dry brush. And overall, this technique is like dry brush plus because it's not exactly dry brushing. It's a lot more than that. But we're going to be using dry brushing for sure through the process. But what this is going to do is this is going to apply a little bit of a metallic shine to the full model. And then we can go with a more solid color in a bit. But this is kind of just accenting some of the black that's already there. And then the sponge just is kind of some natural texture as well as makes it fast. I think for some of the more layered things, we're going to need to use the brush. But let me see if I get away with the sponge for as long as I can. Makes it kind of easy just to press into spaces. And if it's a tight space, I can use the tip. This. Yeah, so I don't know if you can really see the difference, but it's almost it's like a little bit more gray than just the flat black. And that makes this, because I don't want this to look glossy, I want it to look metallic. So that's kind of the goal right now. But then we'll let this dry and start brightening up some of the color of this guy, because I think I do want it to be a little bit more light silver. So we might break out the light silver and mix it and just go up from there. I think this is a pretty good place to start. And likely we won't finish this during the stream. So if I need to change it, the nice thing about paint is you can just add more paint on top and it'll be okay. Okay, now for the sword, I want to be a little careful here. The sword I'm probably going to do like completely different on its own. So I'm just going to go a little bit light on it. So I want to really make a shine effect using actually a non-metallic paint technique. And see if I can like make it pretty cool like that. Okay, so I think we'll be okay with just doing the front for now. I'm going to wait on the back. And then let's get a little bit more on the inside here. And I'll keep going on with this stream. Caleb asks, why is it not 1 a.m.? I know, right? This crazy early stream. Yeah, I've been starting to stream earlier. Normally, this is actually the time, but on Fridays. It might change even earlier to Saturday morning soon. So we'll have to see. It's actually a crazy change. I did like the late night streams because it's a little easy to fit, but now that I'm working, I get a little bit more tired. And or I'm using that time to work on other things that is just like less streamable. But I find that like at night, it's hard to have the energy to talk and fold at the same time. But this time of the day is pretty good. I do have my coffee still. Normally in those 1 a.m.s as well, I would drink coffee as well, but that's like doubling down bad. You know what I mean? Okay. So we'll leave this guy to dry a bit right now. And then I am going to wash my hands really quick. Jason recommends joining the server. That's very true. Skills. Great advice from Jason. Let me read chat a little bit. Makeup sponge. Yeah, makeup sponge is super useful for like quick application of stuff. Let's do a little bit more on spots I see I missed. And then let me grab this brush actually. I don't want any of the paint to be pooled. So if I see any spots where I see like too much paint, I will go with the brush. Actually, let me just hit this with the brush a little bit before I go for some of the hands. Let me do the other side of this hand. Anywhere I think I missed. Let's give it a little bit of dimension. And we'll be good from there. And then here I missed some of the black. All right. Do you have any idea how to fold your that origami human model similar to yours but way simpler? I have a tutorial for like a very basic human, the 16 grid one. That's probably as simple as I would generally go for now, but if you need simpler than that, you start, I don't know, it gets a little bit more difficult to get properly shapeable legs and arms. It would be more cartoon proportions. But if you're having problems with that tutorial, then I recommend practicing my crease pattern class, as some of the structures will be a little bit explained there. Do a little bit more coat of this iron. Again, just make sure it's not pooling anywhere. All right. What other questions? Jason's got good advice. Should I start folding a circle pack model? I don't know. Circle packing and foldability is not very fun. It's like super brute force, right? It's like you have to pre-crease everything and then collapse. So personally, I don't find it too fun, but maybe you'll find it fun. Um, will you ever fold JSL? I don't know. It's like a big time commitment, and I think the value of folding that would mean I make less videos, and I don't know if I can do that right now. Maybe in the future, if I really feel passionate about the design, I'll make it. But right now, I don't feel very passionate about it. Saturday mornings would be really good. Okay, yeah, I'll try for that because it also opens up the time zone for Europe, so it makes it easier for people there to watch. Um, Jason, how did you get so much XP? Join the Origami Dance server. Jason's cooking. There's nothing there. People with little origami libraries in their heads. Thanks. About when should I expect the fold along to start? I need to swap to a homework tab for a while. I was gonna start it pretty soon, Jason. But if you need, how much time do you need for homework? Um, I can do something in between then. I'm gonna go wash my brushes really quick and start letting this dry. And then while we wait, maybe I will do some origami review of Mark's submission, and we'll go from there. I think homework can wait. Okay. In that case, I'll just start the fold along once we clean these. So I'll be right back, guys. All right, so the plan for this is basically I'll let this dry for a little bit, and then we're gonna hit it with a bright silver. And still gonna do like an overbrush technique, but I'm gonna use an actual dry brush. Um, I got this set. Sorry, I know I'm standing. You just can see, but I got this dry brush set. This is pretty cheap. I want to test this out because if it works really well, then for my dry brush tutorial, I'll recommend this set because it was pretty cheap for 5 brushes. It was like $20 US for 5 brushes. And my camera's freaking out for some reason. But like these are like the perfect dry brush brushes, right? So we'll use that until it'll hit a little bit deeper. We're gonna start with, I want to do maybe a bright silver, and we'll see if we need to go darker or lighter. But I think it'll be a bright silver and then the black wash, and that'll be a nice area. Voice is gone, cause a ruckus. Hey, you guys gotta behave. You know what I'm saying? uh, Permanently switching to Golden Venture. No, that's the true like origami op right there. Golden Venture. Okay, so let's put that to the side. Let's start with the fold along. For some reason, my white balance is going crazy. Why is this happening? Is this the ISO? All right, hold on. I might need to. Yeah. reset my camera. Okay. I think it's good now. All right. So, um, okay. So Ethan had a question about transporting origami. Um, I'm gonna answer that later, but one question about transporting paper, I find something like this, a clipboard that opens, has been my greatest friend. Some people bring bigger boxes, but I actually try to bring compact stuff. So when I fold at convention classes, I used to fold with pretty big paper, but it was very hard to take home with me. And getting the paper there was also a hassle. So I've now tried to use smaller paper, or basically paper that can fit, in a box when it's folded up into fourths. So like this would be a little bit of a larger paper. Well, not really actually, but right, it can still kind of fold up. And that way, when I fold something with it, like if you fold this guy, this is like relatively a flat model ish, not really, but it still fits. And then like if you buy a diagram book, right, it also fits nice and safely. You can have your commie pack, which you'll receive at the convention. And it's a really lightweight way to like store, like I even have foil here, right? So that is my recommendation for transporting paper, is to have something, this is big enough to hold a larger size paper, but it fits in a bag really well. And it's like a little bit of protection. You can also use it as a folding surface, because a lot of those tables with cloth are pretty bad. But let's actually, I think I took the paper out already. Let's do this fold along with a blue sheet of commie. Here it is, stuck to the roof. So that is one of my advices for going to conventions, because you're going to fold a lot of, a lot of classes are folding something within an hour or less. So you're going to be folding a lot of like small things. So if you have something to hold it, that'd be great. My guy's a little 3D, so that might cause a problem, but you can fold it flat. I think you can undo this. I don't really want to undo this one, but we'll try it later with this one. Let's see. Okay, so I don't have the crease pattern. I'm gonna just try to freeball this, but everyone get your papers ready. We're gonna do a little fold along for our tetrahedron head or triangle head. Triangle head is a better name for marketing, but tetrahedron head is the real shape. Actually, I think the best marketing would be pyramid head, because it attaches to something that's already searched a lot. I guess technically if I do it like this, it's a pyramid because it has 4 sides, but it's much closer to a tetrahedron, which is a triangle, a 3D shape made out of 4 triangles. In this case, 3 of the triangles are the same size-ish, and then one of them is different. Is this the fold along starting? Yes. Chibi pyramid head from Silent. Yeah. So that was my original go-to mark. The only thing is once I looked at pyramid head, the long point is in front. So I'm like, I might get, like, it's technically inaccurate. But I think for the purpose of marketing, I'm gonna call it Chibi pyramid head for sure. And hashtag Silent Hill, because that game's kind of lit. And the new one, was it Return to Silent Hill? It was kind of recent. Do you recommend duotone paper for this? I think you can. It makes a cool color change with the body and the head. The arms, I think I could also color change these to white, but it's kind of extra, so I might not. But it's still kind of cute. Maybe not with the foil. I think it's gonna look pretty good with the blue. So yeah, if you want to, you definitely can. You don't have to at all though. Like, you could just have monocolor paper. The other ideas I had was actually characters from Little Nightmares. Funny enough, mono. But the head was like a little too complicated, like to do the mono. And then I forget the friend 6. So I tried with a hood, but I couldn't get the hood to look that great because you would see the inside. So I just went for, I just like the pyramid head it's fun to fold, or the tetrahedron head. It's fun to fold, so it's still cute. Kami okay with this? Yes, absolutely. I'm using Kami. Yeah. So, oh, what? Hi, boys from Argentina. Yo, welcome from Argentina. This is pretty cool. We're folding something, so if you want to grab some paper to fold along, we're gonna start in like 1 minute. I'm gonna just read a little bit more chat if I missed anything. And go down. I also just moved to a small town and I'm a high school minister. Awesome, Caleb. Dude, yeah, hit me up, dude. We should catch up sometime. Let me know what's going on. So there's some cool things I think I can share with you as well. Eater, that clipboard is cool. What is that shark design? It kind of looks sick. That shark, let me think. I think it's from Tantadon 29. I could be wrong. Okay, it's I don't want to like leak too much of this diagram, but it's The Shark by Wei-Lin Chen. In this book, it's really cute. Wei-Lin Chen has really cute models. Like everything he's designed is super cute. Kind of an underrated designer, but 29th Origami Tantadon Convention book. You can buy this from Paper Tree. Shout out Paper Tree. That's where this one's from. If you'd like it, it's a good source for a lot of the Tantadon books. But there's some really cool models in here. So there's a Satoshi Otter. Joseph Wong has a Dino. There's a Katsuda Kyosuhei design. Again, Hajiwara model. There's this forklift is really cool. This is from a Korean designer, Jinwoo Kim. I'm a big fan of Tantadon Convention books. I've been for a while. I have so many of them, but they're great resources for a lot of stuff. Like there's just such a range of models that you can fold, and they're all pretty cool. Hate that you can't go back and live stream on YouTube anymore. Yeah. Tetrahedron. I'll write an email soon and we can reconnect. Awesome, dude. Or you can just text me. I don't know if I have your number, but send me an email. You can just text me or call me. Okay, so in order to fold shark, I know you must fold in half diagonally. Yeah, I think it's a diagonal grid or something like that. Or a grid. Delayed comment sending. Oh. Nice clipboard. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Yeah, the clipboard. I got that from a Peacock. I think, was it the San Francisco Peacock that I got that from? I think it was. Yeah, that's probably the best convention piece gear. No, it definitely is. I think I have the sticker. Yeah, okay, here we go. 2023 Pacific Coast Convention, San Francisco. Sandra chose it. Okay, shout out Sandra. That's major props right there. This is the best piece of like convention gear I've gotten. Like obviously I've used it so much. I've brought it to like 4 other conventions now, or 5. It's so useful. So useful. I back when I was helping plan the Origami USA one, I asked if we could have these, but they were like a little too expensive to put in the packs. I was really sad because I was like, these things are amazing. But hey, I put my pitch out there, Sandra. You were spot on with these. Like spot on. From Daiso. Oh, that's awesome. So that one still was probably pretty cheap then. I don't know where we were trying to look for the New York one, but the idea did not go through. That's okay. Okay, so let's start let's start white side up. I can't exactly remember. Okay, well, we're going to find out now. So let's start with one diagonal. Only fold one side. We're not going to do both. We only need one diagonal. Okay, so let's see how efficient this design is. So like, okay, it's about half as tall as the full sheet. That's not bad for a humanoid design. Daiso to Japanese store? Yes, it is. Okay, so now once we have our diagonal, right? Let's do Well, I'm actually treating it like a tutorial or online class. I guess that's kind of what this is. Okay, we're gonna fold in half, but only pinch. Only pinch. And we only need to do this once. So make it pretty small so it doesn't like interfere. There are so many talented Korean origami artists. Yes, that is so true. Forklift is sick. Yeah, I should fold that forklift. That's really cool. Actually, now that I saw that, I haven't folded too much from that book yet. I've done, I think, all 3 sharks. I like sharks, but I haven't done too much yet. Okay, actually, I might need to go a little bit deeper with this crease, because we are folding a 30-degree angle. Also, if you're curious on how to fold a triangle grid, this is how you can start as well. We're gonna fold the corner, so this side corner to this line, and basically it's from the bottom corner as well. So bottom corner up is our reference. So I kind of get it somewhere there, then find the bottom corner, and then I drag the side corner until it hits my reference. Then I start creasing, make sure it didn't move. I'm a little bit off, but that's okay. Right, like that. So now we've got a third of that angle. And what's nice is we only need to do this once. Because it's a third, we can fold the other side to the crease we just made as our reference point. And that's one of the fun things about these 30-degree angles. This is a third, right? A third of an angle, it's just like that. Very handy. In this design, there's, I think, only like 3 non-30-degree angles that are used. Vu Win's shark is also so cool. Yeah, the one with teeth. I have the book for that too, and I've always wanted to fold that. I just haven't had the chance to. Maybe I should fold that soon. Or using one of the papers that I got from Papertree. Speaking of Papertree again, guys, check out my latest short. I got some really cool paper from Papertree. I can't thank Papertree enough. I'll keep shouting them out all the time. But list something that you want me to fold. I'm basically gathering a bunch of like ideas of things to fold that people want to see me fold. And then I'm going to take a look at the list of papers and try to fold based on, you know, will this paper be good for this model, and have a good variety of models. So like some people want insects, I'll use the thinner papers for the insects. Larger papers I'll use for some of the complex dragons. Some of the thicker papers I'll do like humanoid designs, stuff like that. So we'll see. I don't know how much I'm going to design for that because I want to make those videos quickly. So I think it's quicker to just like fold other people's designs, but I think it'll be very useful for people to see. We're talking about Kozo. Kozo is one of the papers that was sent, or some of the papers are made from Kozo. It's one of the fibers that make up some of those papers. Single tissue for insects. I didn't get any single tissue, but there's some thin papers for insects. I wish I could go to Papertree more. They did send me some double tissue, so we'll fold some cool insects can be done with double tissue too, the proper ones. Can't wait to find out if you like the Kikura paper. Yeah, me too. I felt it out. Feels very nice. So I have to pick a good model for that one. You could fold Ancient Dragon. I got that request as well. I think I'm going to do Divine Dragon because I've already done a few Ancient Dragons. But we'll see. Okay, I think everyone got this angle. Let's flip it up to the top. This is the tetrahedron, as you can see. Right? So next we're going to do some of the non 30-degree angles. And the first one is folding up this kind of like kite base, where you fold this tip up. Actually, you don't really fold this tip up in kite base. But this is like a 30-degree kite base, right? Kind of, I don't know. But we're going to fold that tip up using the corners as our reference. And let's just keep it folded. We'll unfold it. Do we keep it folded? Let's keep it folded for now. All right, next we're going to fold one of these thirds. One of these, thirds, I guess, down. And what we're going to do is we're going to rabbit ear this triangle. And it's a little bit weird from the 30-degree angles. So I am actually going to pre-crease some of these angles, make it easier. So you don't have to go all the way through the paper, but you can go like most of the way. You can like visualize the rabbit ear, and then same thing on this edge because it's so long. Oops. Okay, my folding is not neat there. And then go for the rabbit ear. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. So it's like not quite the normal spot that you would think it converges at. But you want to make that point, you know, nice and solid. It's a rabbit ear. And then you probably thought about it. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. See, so like these beginning steps in terms of like a class being taught at a convention, it's a lot more friendly than, hey, let's fold a grid. Last year I did the chibi fake head empty. So that was a, let's fold a 14 grid. Yeah, that was probably not, I mean, people liked the class, but it's like not the most class friendly thing to do. In general, like 14 grid, that means a 7 grid. It's kind of nasty in general. So yeah, that's oops. Sphere head when? True, Mark. That's a good question. It's a really cool color changing dragon from one of the Chinese book. Can't remember the name of it right now. It's the Paul base now. Oh, is this the Paul base? 30 degree? Is that what he uses for his sketches? I actually did not know that. Sandra says, I think they're around $3. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cheap. That's pretty cheap. But I think it 3 for like, we were gonna order like 400, 300. That's where the extra cost was like getting a little crazy. My wrap ears are slightly off. That's okay. You can kind of fix them, but it just turns into the hand, so it's not too bad. You just want to make sure that the bisectors up top are like cleaner, because that makes the pyramid. Oh yeah, what's up, brother? Hey, Steve. Good to see you, man. We're doing a little fold along. I don't know if you're gonna be able to catch up, but it's not too much yet. It's basically you fold 30-degree angles. So it's a diagonal, and then you fold in half, a pinch in half here, and then that's your reference point for folding this corner to line up with that crease and to the corner on top. And then once you have that, you can fold the other side. It's basically a third of an angle, right? And then we're doing the rabbit ears here and folding this up. They're perfectly crisp. Is there going to be a tutorial for hex head with plant? No, I don't even know how to fold that. Like, Plant gave me the crease pattern. I folded, like, the time I spent with Plant, we, like, labbed for, like, 2 hours or 3 hours. And we, just with the hex grid, trying to come up with something. And we both came up with, like, certain ideas on how to achieve the head, as well as the body. And then, like, I went to do my other event and revisited Plant after 2 days, and he had that, the full thing ready. And then we folded it from, mostly he folded it from a sheet of origami dough. Yeah, crazy, dude. So yeah, I've never actually fully folded that version. I have no idea how. It sounds like it would be hard too, just because it's hex grid. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, I think everyone is relatively here. Same. Oh, the kite base is the Paul base. I see. Okay, so this is 30 degree. Yo, I should I should hit up Paul and give him the idea of 30-degree kite base, see what he can cook. Okay, maybe after this. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna fold our model in half. Honestly, this is like almost a penguin. Okay, and then let's see. So I need to come up with a way to, which I haven't yet, to like nicely pre-crease this next section as 30 degrees. So my first thought is like reverse fold this tip inside and then we'll go up, but I don't think that's exactly 30. Let's see here. Just the angle bisector here, I think is, but it might not be. But if we can get this, okay. So maybe we do the sync folds first, and then we can reference the rest of it off that. Okay, so let's try this. So we have our model folded in half, right? Let's have our arms faced towards the head, and I'm going to valley fold the bottom bisector here. Maybe we'll, does it make sense to pre-crease it, not sync fold, but do the rest of it and then sync fold it? Maybe we'll do the sync folds first. Okay, so let's do that on both sides, and then we're gonna do the sync fold. The sync fold's a little bit weird. It's like not exact. Just from the angle we're going at. So I think what you want to pay attention to is the sync fold starts correct at the bottom, but the top crease is not correct. So we're gonna have to like create top crease on our own. So what I would like to start with is starting kind of like just a pleat on the bottom. That's the easiest way to start this sync fold and get that matched up. And then once you start approaching the top, you're going to find where that crease intersects, as well as the tip of this. And you're going to make the third crease somewhere around there. But once you start collapsing it, you're going to feel that this line is also shifting. So it's also going to shift up a little bit. So you kind of have to squeeze it all together to complete this. So like you can see that it's shifted a little bit like that. So I don't know the the greatest way to teach that. I think it'd be fine to show in class, but the triangles shift a little bit from where it should be. So I'll do it again on the other side. So it starts on the bottom just like normal. It's just like the last fold is kind of weird. So, and during the class I teach at the convention, I can go a lot slower on this section, but for the sake of live stream, I'm gonna go quick. Almost looks done. Yeah, this model is very simple, which is why it should be good for a convention class. I definitely don't want to teach like 3 crazy complex classes, one each day. Okay, something like that. Jeez, it's okay if it's a little off because again, we just shape it down later. But as long as the edges are like, as long as this one is good, that's the important one. Boys, I recommend you teach the 4 nights design. That would be super simple. That's true. Totally true. I think we can definitely do that in like a 45-minute class. Like we can do the shortest class period for sure. I need to fix that design. That design has potential to be better than it was. The helmet is pretty cool. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to reverse fold this full corner based on the line we just made. So I'm going to like match up with mountain folds to where the legs are and use this to do a reverse fold. And actually, okay, yeah, I think this is the good way to do it. Okay. So we're going to be doing a sequence of reverse folds basically to thin out the legs now. So once you do that, you're going to do it again, but now using the other edge, right? This edge as our reference. And like maybe you could pre-crease this, but nah, right? Maybe in the convention I'll have people pre-crease it. For today, we're not going to. My shaving skills better come in clutch. I only did one side. This is so sad. Uh-oh. Hey, if there's no mushing, is this really an Origami by Boyce design? You know what I'm saying? I don't think I have quite that reputation, but some of my designs are a little sussy. Strategic mush. It's my special skill. Is there going to be... Oh, I read that already. Let's see. Okay. I think we can keep going. Next up, we got another reverse fold. So again, I think that even this is probably easier than pre-creasing it because you have a full edge to like refer to or use as reference. Right. And then after that, we just have one more. And so this is now our 30 degrees. Or I think this is half of 30 degrees. So this is a 15-degree angle. Structural pre-creased mush. Yes, I like that. SPM. All right, and once you have those reverse folds, remember how we had this tip folded up? We're actually going to unfold this tip. And we have our pre-creases done on that side already. So we can kind of close this up to like this point. Right? And then you're going to want to keep doing reverse folds until like just basically two more, I believe. Two more reverse folds. I think that's all we need. Because then we're going to have our color changed front. Okay, actually it's just this last reverse fold. And you might get something where the tip is folded to one side. And you're just going to want to not have it folded to one side. So that means you're going to have to like reverse fold that corner down. So it's like this. I want to get a snack and it changed so much. Let me know if you need to go a step back, Nara. We didn't do too much. Oh, what's up, Nara? Did I just say that? I read chat, what's up, Nara? And then I like saw Nara and was to myself like, oh, hey, dude. How's it going? Glad you're here. Can you redo that step? Yeah. So let's start where we just unfolded that corner, right? So it's unfolded and it's a full triangle out to the side. And I'm going to do a reverse fold like this. And then I'm going to reverse fold again on the edge. But when I do this reverse fold, it's going to make a corner like this. But your corner might not necessarily be in the middle. Try to have it in the middle. If it's not in the middle, it's going to be folded like that. And you just have to like push it out so that it's in between like this. And this is what we're going to use to make our body. I'm still in the first reverse fold. That's okay. This will be recorded. This is mainly just to kind of give me a frame of reference on like the sequence as well as how long it's going to take to teach. And so far it's not taking very long because we're almost done. So I'm gonna keep going. What we're gonna do next is kind of like a squash fold. So we're gonna, fold starting from the bottom. If you can kind of see how it's opening up if I spread these layers to the side. And this tip is going to fold up, and that's what we're squash folding. So it's basically from the side corners and that tip going upwards. Try to get it, you know, as far as you can, which will basically be up to those corners. And we get a little diamond rhombus, upside down rhombus shape like this. We can kind of fold over the legs like that. And when you have your arms down, it kind of helps naturally keep that body in place. Maybe not super well until we fold the triangle out. Something like this. What's up, Grim? Join late, no problem. This is a new design that I plan to teach at the convention. It's a tetrahedron head, or triangle head, or pyramid head. There you go. Hopefully you heard that, Grim. Okay, so now we are going to do the pyramid. And so the first thing to do is actually, if I'm pressing on this layer, you can kind of see the layers underneath, like the very center one, like creasing through a little bit there. You just want to, do you fold this? I'm not sure if I actually fold this. I think we fold it gently for reference. So just kind of have a reference there. I'm not fully folding it. Let's do both sides so we're aware that it's there. This is the part where I'd like haven't really had a full sequence yet because I've kind of just shaped it until it's successful. Okay, I think I know how to do the next part, but we're gonna see. Okay, so we have that for reference. We might not need that. But the next part, we're gonna have to create the pyramid from either side. So let's start with this side. And you see how we have 3 flaps? I'm gonna open this center one, and from underneath, I'm gonna pop it out like this. And as I pop it out, we have a corner here and a corner here. And I'm just gonna want to make a mountain fold between these two, like that. Right? And that's the start of our pyramid. And in order to get it to kind of close, we want to make kind of a rabbit ear using that as reference. So it's just kind of to wherever the paper wants to go. And we're going to do the same thing on the other side, and that will let us get the body a little bit more under control. So open up again like this. We're going to make a mountain fold between these 2 points. Like that. And then rabbit ear closed. So I can't remember those creases that we just made like kind of help with this rabbit ear. I don't think they actually do, so we might not do them in the full tutorial. Okay, I think if we did, okay, so I think this actually folds flat. Okay, so this should fold flat like this. Okay, kind of undid the body a little bit. Gotta go, 10:30, checking tomorrow. Sounds good, thanks for tuning in, Grib. Oh, so this is actually pretty close to Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. Okay, so if you do it from the back, then it's done. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so now that we've done this, right, the very center can actually open up in half. And I'm going to grab the middle and I'm going to close up all my layers. That way I can swivel the pyramid up this way. So it's right side up. I'll make this when I go back. That sounds good, GT. No worries. Yeah, I get this is kind of like a fold along, not really a full tutorial. So if you stop somewhere and just need to watch later, totally fine. And because we folded it up, now you can see it kind of locks the body together, right? Kind of nicely. We'll thin the arms a little bit later, but the last part is to close out the back. But honestly, it's kind of good like this. But an optional step, I guess, would be to now free the layer from the back. And it kind of crimps closed like this to hold the angle. And there's a reference crease that was made to where I'm creasing. But again, it doesn't. This one doesn't matter too much. You can kind of just eyeball it and press it till it, you know, kind of closes up the back a bit. So now the pyramid's a little bit more open. And the last step is really just thin the arm down a little bit, like this. And I guess you could make a hand if you want. So let's thin the arm down first. Just so it kind of lines up with the body. It does look kind of cute. And then I guess, yeah, to make a sleeve, you just do like a mountain fold, valley fold type thing to get a little hand. Round out the hand if you wanted to. So I think I'll, depending on the time left, I will do like the hand and feet steps, but I think people will have enough time spent on the rest of this for a quick hour. Let's round it out a little bit so it looks more like an arm. Which convention is this for? This is for the Origami USA convention in New York. So the New York convention, honestly, like most of the classes are pretty easy, and same as the target audience. It's starting to change a little bit, but I already have one complex class I'm teaching, and the rest will be easy. Okay, now for the legs, like you could add some feet. So I've just been kind of mushing reverse fold to make feet so that it's kind of flattened like this. And if you mush it correctly, it also keeps the body in place, right? So that's why if you weren't fully precise with your folds earlier, it's okay. I don't know if I like the hand. There you go. It's cute. Little pyramid head. Maybe we should direct the arms a little bit more by pleating or by rabbit earring them to the side. That might actually be pretty good. Let's do a rabbit ear after you fold the hands. And it holds its position a little bit better. Just then it was like pyramid beak. True. There you go. That's pretty good, actually. I think this will be great. And it's foldable with Kami, right? It's a nice, easy. There you go. This is my easiest humanoid design. It's interesting because it's a 30-degree based model. Yeah. All right. So while people finish up, let me answer Ethan's question. Ethan, I don't know if you're still here. If you are, let me know. But if you're not, hopefully you read this later. How to Transport Your Cactus by Robert Lang. So this is probably overkill, but best thing to do would be to make a custom box for it like this. Maybe I should use the other camera. So this one is for the samurai. This one's like a little bit too big for what you would necessarily want to bring, because the samurai, the base is just actually like oblong. But do you see how I framed out the shape of the samurai? If you look really closely, like let me switch back. And I've had a lot of iterations of this box. I think my next box is going to be a hybrid between this and the other ones I've made in the past. But I actually like trace the outline of my samurai so that I could make a very supported structure. And so like the main thing with travel, a lot of times the sword could get hit against the box, but now with this, it can just slide in. Like that, right? And now okay, it has to be this wide because of the sword. The sword is just like the oblong shape. But I can also fit other things in this box pretty safely, and like, right? It's supported when it's upside down because the base is holding it a lot, right? And then obviously with the lid closed, I have one more piece like this that adds support. So when it's closed, this way is good too. And again, there's a lot more storage space in here. So if I needed to like throw something light in there, right, I can put that guy in there. I'll probably put like the pocket dragon folds, test folds I have in there as well. And since you only have like 1 or 2 models you're bringing, you could go overboard with something like this. I'm bringing a lot of models, so this is not very ideal for me, but this really protects the model. But this is actually mainly a box. If I sold this samurai, it would safely be shipped without worry. Something smaller would be like this. This one. Again, I have an extra piece. And actually, this is part of the stream for part of the preparation I'm going to be doing. So this one. This one's for the Legion armor. Crease pattern of the box. True. This one fits the Legion armor from the side. Now, this model is not 100% attached to the base, right? I showed that you could disconnect it. So I made this support piece for the top. As you can see, the model can still turn. So what I need to do is actually add another support piece to keep the back pressed against the wall so that this sword doesn't hit the edge of the box too much when it's transported. But even with this, it's pretty safe. Like if I turned it upside down and stuff, it's not going to go anywhere. So it is kind of still free floating. So if things bang into it or while it's on the airplane, it gets shaken a bunch, it's not going to damage the model. And this is like, again, it's still a bit extra space. I'm actually reusing a box that I used last year, which is nice. So like if you do all these things and then you want to use the same box for a different model next year, as long as it's around the same size, all I really did is rip out the stuff in here and replace it based on the model. So it's pretty easy. And then you can just design little cutouts of extra foam like that. I just renamed it for Legion. And so I actually need to make boxes for all the models I'm bringing. And I don't know how many of mine I'm bringing, but it's going to be at least the 3 new ones. The Samurai. I'm bringing Head Empty. Which, honestly, the Head Empty box is one of the best fitting ones. This one works because it's they're very uniform shaped and they're attached to the base, right? So this one's like super simple. I'm mainly showing this right now just so I can flex head empty again. Right. Like that. That's a very comfortable and very safe box for head empty. I also like double layered all the styrofoam, so it's like super safe. This is waterproof. Yeah, just big protection for these guys because they deserve it. But the spray painted models are actually a little bit more durable. So I don't quite need to go that far. But my idea in the stream was to show how to start making these. So I'm actually kind of showing the crease pattern for the box. And we're going to do that for Wilder because I just made it, or I just finished the display stand. So we can actually get started with this one. So I'll show how I start these actually. And I do need to lay them down. I think I can actually lay it down on the stand. I don't know how well it'll stay. Ah, it stays pretty well. Okay. Let's see if I can have this in frame for the most part. The box is simple but effective. We all have it. I'm glad. 100 minutes of procrastinating on homework. Oh no. Okay, Jason, go do your homework, right? We finished to fold along. Hopefully you're able to fold it. But from here on, you can just listen to me yap about making the boxes, as well as maybe showing how to make them, cutting it with my fancy knives. Okay, another thing. I had one short where I flexed a pocket knife. I like pocket knives. I'm sure a lot of you appreciate pocket knives as well, or even if you don't, you like appreciate the idea. But I've been cutting stuff like styrofoam and paper with like utility blades and like X-Acto knives, right? But the thing is with these X-Acto knives, like the edge is still sharp, but when I'm done with it, it's basically when the tip breaks. So you can see that tip snapped off. And when it snaps, honestly, it's kind of sus. Like the tip flies somewhere and it's still really sharp. So I was like, let's just invest in a good steel that won't break, right? But I'm an origami artist, so I appreciate really unique mechanisms, right? So like this one's pretty cool. And it's the steel. This might not mean anything to anyone, but this is a CPM 3V steel, so that means it's like very durable. The tip's not going to snap off. It's got a coat. It's like pretty rust resistant, relatively rust resistant. And I can resharpen it very easily. So this one's a Tonto blade, so I use that a lot for cutting paper. It's like super easy to cut paper, right? And then yeah, if it gets dull, I can just resharpen it, and it's not going to snap off on me because it's super strong. Also, it's really cool like that. And then this one is just a. Then I started collecting them. So the problem is once you get one, you kind of get more. But I also wanted to see like what blade shape is going to be the best. So I'm going to be reaching out to different brands to find like what's the, and the idea of the video is, you know, finding out what's great for origami use as well, and try to like tell them that, hey, the craft scene also appreciates using knives. So even though we fold paper and don't really cut it, we still need to cut paper sometimes. But for making the boxes, dude, this knife works so well for cutting through the boxes. I used to cut it with scissors, right? These are pretty good scissors, but like it's not ideal. So something like this, it's very fidgety, and it works well. So we're gonna use that here. Oh yeah, and for that video, ideally that means I get free knives. But hopefully they'll be like budget, so that other people like that's the goal. Is like I want to. What's the budget one that people can use that will be super useful to solve the problem of snapping X-Acto blades, because that's kind of dangerous. Okay, so how I start with these though is for a box, I generally want to find like what is like the minimal shape I can have for our dude. And what I'm gonna do is basically make that outline that I hot glued with the stuff around. So I can kind of just draw like a trace around him so I have a general idea of where I need to glue stuff. And then we're going to make a nice safe box for our model. All right, so, and then we don't need like the rest of this, so let's get rid of that. All right, we're gonna have to raise this layer. And we'll use that to make some of the other spaces, and then all right, so that's what we can start with. And then what I like to do is now I am going to like relatively measure how high these need to be. So I want to add support to where it's like naturally laying. So let's do this in centimeters. So this, I need a support that's 7 centimeters. For the head and sword, it's gonna be 4 centimeters. For the bottom, it doesn't really need it as much, but maybe we'll do one for the legs. It's 5 centimeter on that side. On this side, it's like 3 centimeters, 3 to 4. Okay, so I don't know if this is actually interesting to many people, but I don't think anyone's ever shown stuff like this on YouTube in general. So, you know, why not? Why not show it? But if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. It doesn't have to be about this. I think this is something I can work on and not really pay too much attention to. So ideally I can answer questions as I work on this, but we're going to do this with hot glue just because hot glue is easy. You know, very cheap hot glue gun. I should probably actually use like a better hot glue gun because it's foam. I don't need it to get so hot. But for now, this is what we're using. I actually have like a 3D printed holder for this hot glue gun, so in case it tips over, or it's that way it won't tip over. But let me clear some stuff out of the way so I don't accidentally burn myself. Okay. Rajath, hello. Thanks for tuning in. That knife glides so nice. Boys, can you help me with Legion armor? I'm not able to shape it at all. What's up, Claudia? What part do you need? Because I can show it to you on stream and maybe that'll give you an idea. But I will say it's very tough to shape. Must be yeah, Jason, do your homework. Good night. Yeah, get the homework done. Box is simple, yeah, effective. Okay. I think I answered everything. Head. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's definitely the hardest part. All right. So we have, let's move this to the side a little bit. Here we have Legion armor. It's very nice. This is the head in the 3D view. So when you fold it, right, it's like wide. There's the level shifters. So the bottom form this. And what you're going to want to do is you can see how deep the inside is. And if I turn it to the side, right, you can see how much the front like overlays. So when you press, you basically want to like press in and wrap these around and kind of get that into place. And once that's in place, there's like a 1 unit flap up here. And that folds down. Now, later on to get this shape, I think I did some swivels. So like, okay, so if we have this, right? This is like the shape of the top of the helmet, except it's like this. It's a water bomb, basically. And then in order to thin it down, it's like a mountain fold here, valley fold there, and a mountain fold under. And you can see how that starts to angle it downwards and thin it at the same time. So you get this naturally rounded point that also goes down and is thinned. Right? So something like this. And it looks like from here, I actually did it on top. So maybe it's like a, it's more like this. Like I really go deep like that. Like that. Right? And then with the top, this is like puffed out. So this is another part of the flap. So you have to like reach underneath. And so now let's say like this point is now the top of it, right? So you're like pointing it this way and like pressing upwards, but this point is like swiveled out this way as well to create that rounded shape like that, right? So you see that's what these are. And then the extras I fold down. And then there's extra flaps around here that you wrap around the whole thing to keep the helmet shape and close off the neck. So like that's as much advice as I can give. If you can't get it from that, that makes sense. It's hard. Like but you can at least just try to figure it out from there. Yeah, helmet shapes where it's like actually open is like I haven't found a good way to do it. Like this is the most successful one I've had. And it's not great. Okay, so we're gonna go back to working on this guy. So I'm gonna make the supports. And so first we need 7 centimeters. Let's make one that's 7 centimeters. So that's like here. And I don't need the full thing, but we can use it to double stack to make it more sturdy. Right. Okay, whenever you use sharp objects, be careful, but nice thing with this being sharp is it won't really slide on me, so it's a little bit safer. But these styrofoams have like an extra layer, so it doesn't always cut through. But this, it's a little too big, so let's trim a little bit off. Okay, that seems to be pretty good. So it'll be resting like that. like that. And then what I like to do is with some of the extras, right? We're just going to use it to support the sides. So I found that it's pretty strong if you do something like this, and this uses the least amount of styrofoam. And so we're just going to hot glue into place. And this is shoulder. Let's close this guy up. And doesn't need too much hot glue either. Now, normally, actually, because I'm on styrofoam, to be safe, I recommend a respirator. I don't, because I'm streaming, I don't have my window open right now. But I am going to wear this, just so I'm not breathing in melted styrofoam. It's generally okay, but for a long period of time, in case I do actually melt this styrofoam, I don't really want to risk it. We're just gonna use a respirator. Why not? Now I can sound robotic. I don't know. How does this sound on stream? I can't imagine it sounds that great, but when I answer questions, so like after I do this, maybe I'll take it off. So that's not super annoying. To shape it, I only have 3 pictures of the short as reference. Okay. Hopefully that helps, Claude. Realms. Hi, boys. What would you say is the fastest way to master solving crease patterns? Next step after the crease pattern class. I would say I pretty decent at shaping, but struggling to solve even the simplest model like box head. Okay, well, for one, I wouldn't say the box head is an easy one to complete because it's 3-dimensional. But I think in that class I talk about, like, I have you start to solve the sun beetle, and the approach was you are working on certain parts of the sun beetle at a time. So I think part of it I solved is for the pleats in the back, and then the pleats, and then the structure for the legs, and the color change stuff for the head, I think. And then the next step would be to then, now you know how to do all these parts separately. Now you're going to do the full thing, or more of it, like a bigger section, maybe the connection between those two. And so that's like the easiest way to make a harder crease pattern, or even a regular crease pattern, simple, as you do each part individually solved. And then oftentimes that'll give you the understanding to do the full thing. So if you pick like a slightly harder insect, which is something I recommend, something with not too many crazy looking reference points or level shifters, try each part individually and then try it all together. And then if you approach every crease pattern like that, you'll pretty much be successful almost every time. Again, you're shaping it, maybe that's a different story, but at least for solving the base, that's really good approach. And soon enough, you won't need to do that anymore. You'll be able to just solve it on its, like the full thing on its own, just because it'll be stuff you've seen in the past. So that's my recommendation. If you need certain models to solve, I would recommend doing some of my models that have tutorials. Like the waifu is a good one. That doesn't have too many weird things in it. The box head, they're 3D, so it's a little different. And then when you get to harder ones, you can do like the sword and shield. That one's pretty good, pretty straightforward. And then it has a shaping tutorial, so you can learn from there. But yeah, that's my recommendation on Realms. Good, great question. Gabe, what's up, Gabe? Thanks for tuning in. Super cool, boys. Thank you, thank you. Cloud, thanks, boys. Awesome, yeah. Once the convention is on this weekend. No. So I'm doing everything in advance, so I have plenty of time, because this takes a bit of time to make, actually. The convention is in a month. Almost exactly 1 month. What's up, I'm back. Hey, let's go. The stream just hit 2 hours. Sweet. We're doing pretty good. I think we've done a lot that was on the schedule within 2 hours, including our full fold along. You guys, if you just tuned in, you missed a little fold along for the model I'm teaching at convention, but you can go back and fold it. It's not really a tutorial, so if you don't understand part of it, It's, you know, it's not a full tutorial, but we were just kind of testing out what it's like to teach this. And that's kind of figuring out the reference points as well. But you might be able to fold it from there. So if you can't go to the convention to take the class, you can fold it from here. All right, I'm going to put my respirator back on to keep hot gluing. So like now that we have this, right, I am positioning this where I think it should go. I'll draw a quick reference here. Add some hot glue. There you go. And then you just want to make sure you don't get hot glue on your origami. So don't use too much, or be careful. And that's why I drew this little outline so that I can move the model and put it back as necessary. All right, so that one's good. Next, let's do the sort up here. So that's, you can also like guesstimate like that. All right, so how's this? This is pretty good. Now, if I do it vertically like this, there's a chance it doesn't necessarily support the whole thing. And I don't really need to support the whole sword. I just need a part of it that has like good structure. So I think it's okay to go this way. As long as it doesn't like bend the sword at all. So very loosely like this should be good. Just needs a little bit of structure. Something like that. And then again, I'm going to use these as supports. I think that's a little too small. So I have a bunch of scraps from things I've cut before. And we'll roughly do the same like that. So that's our supports. Hot glue. Like that. And then I need it to dry a little bit so it doesn't slide around. So we'll wait on that a little bit. Jason, 2 hours of procrastinating homework. Not really. I jumped out. Okay, great, Jason. Oh, you're all done? Nice job, dude. Good stuff. I'm reading Origami Design Secrets, learning how to recrease patterns, and your tutorials help so much. Yeah. I think my tutorials come from a slightly different perspective of someone who didn't really have formal understanding of Origami Design Secrets, because that book is a little confusing at times. But yeah, I'm glad it's helping. Thank you for your tutorials. You're so cool. Hey, thanks, man. That means a lot. I'm glad to help. You know, whenever I hear that it helps people, like that's the ultimate goal, for people to see it and like get more interested in origami. You know what I mean? Question. I noticed during the 5-hour challenge that I think none of you use the creasing tool for grids. I was taught it helps make more subsequent folds accurate. Thoughts? Oh, Sarah, do you mean something like this? Like a bone folder, and in this case, a custom PDX Peacock Edition glass folder, something like this. I do have an answer for you, actually. So the information about more accurate grids using something like this, I believe, came from tessellation folders, or generally the geometric community, where grid accuracy is more important, and you're folding thicker papers in general. So Um, and I did find that useful when I was doing the IO where I did geometric origami, such as this, which this paper is. I don't think it's elephant hide, but it's something similar. And this isn't even grid based. This is a bad example. Let's use my geometric model. This one. So for something like this, where again, the grid accuracy will matter a lot because it'll change each one of these points, right? And ultimately how well it works and folds. And this is elephant hide, I'm pretty sure. And if you were to fold this grid just hands, the paper just doesn't always want to go all the way through. So that's where this really comes in handy. You just press through because pressing your fingers will be fully uneven. So I found it super useful for that. It also saves your hands because back when I was, again, doing the tessellations, I was folding like Star Dream, which is really thick. My fingertips hurt so bad. So once I started using this, it was like way better. Hopefully that answers your question. I do recommend these if you're folding thicker paper for sure. But for thin paper, it's kind of like folding a grid with Kami. You don't really need it because like I can do it in the air and it'll crease on its own, right? It's a little overkill to crease really hard on a thin paper. It might even weaken it too much. Like the thicker papers, they're strong, right? So I this can take a beating. It can take the full-fledged thing of this. But for stuff like this, or especially handmade papers that are naturally softer and a little bit more flexible, it's almost better to be lighter on your creases so that you can have rounder shaping, right? Like ideally you don't want to see the grid lines here that I made. I did a good job of that on the sword. It's much softer on the grid, so you actually don't even really see it. You see it a little bit, but like not much at all, right? And for like really secure things, maybe like in this section, you could get away with doing something like this, but it's so thin and ideally crisp when you treat it that you don't need it. Great question. Where do you get something like that? So you can get bone folders from Paper Tree. You can look up Paper Tree Origami. I believe they sell them. Not the glass one. The glass one is custom made by a glass creator. For that did just graciously gave a bunch to our convention. I can't remember if we paid for the service, but we gave them out for free if you paid the ticket. We probably paid for them, but like a really reduced cost. So you might not be able to get a glass one, but you can get a bone or a ceramic or plastic one. But yeah, this one's pretty special because it's got the Portland rose, and it like the shape we told the glass person like the general shape we wanted, where it kind of matches your thumb. So this is like a special edition. If you're at the 2019 Pacific Coast Origami Convention. Nara, what do you think about intuition-based designing? I think it's useful for a lot of things. Like this was intuition-based. Obviously, there's some background knowledge of like doing a human from 22.5 that played a factor in creating it from 30 degree, but like basically from that 30 degree kite base, I just used intuition to do stuff, and that's why the arm has such a weird sync fold, right? It's because I just know I want to thin it, so I sync fold, but it's not properly aligned. But it turns into like sometimes you can get cool stuff like this. Also, I had no idea what to do with the triangle. ahead, and that was pure intuition. So like this doesn't have a crease pattern yet, because so I think for like some simple things that works well. Uh, for more complex things, if you're intermediate-ish designer, it could be helpful, but what usually happens is you'll have a lot of inefficiencies. I think if you're doing box pleat, you'll have a lot of inefficiencies. But you can get to a starting place and then maybe make the design more efficient later on. So like a lot of box pleat intuitive designing will be like, all right, just force a 64 grid. Generally, that's way too large, but you can fit everything, all the details in there, or have flaps for details. But I used to do that for most of my designing. Now I am more experienced, so I can plan it a bit more. But even for the wilder, where I'm like the design stuff for this character, it's like, all right, he needs a really big sword. He needs this cool helmet. He's got a scarf cape thing. And he also has a dagger on his belt and like a crossbow mounted arm thing. Yeah, so like I had the plan very well for that to fit it in a 48 grid. You know what I mean? So like it comes in handy, I think, for simpler designs, but yeah. Hopefully that answers your question.
Parker, I fold a lot of tessellations. A tool like that has made me able to fold tessellations half this. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's get this guy. All right, and basically once I have these
supports, like areas that are supported, which isn't too many areas. I just need a few. Like maybe I'll put one more under there and one more under the leg. Then I just want to surround the sides with foam, so it's kind of like a pocket that it's sliding into. And as well as for the base, like I'll make one that kind of covers the base. And basically, once I have this and it's very set in this and won't move around, I can put this in an existing box. And ideally, I can make more of these and just like compartmentalize all of them into one larger box. And it doesn't have to be super specialized. So this will help me save a lot of space. Okay, so let's do one for the underbody. This is a little too short. So we're just going to mark a little larger like this. I need to chop this in half. Perfect. And then I think since these are around the same, I can just get away with this and slide it under like that.
Boys, why not make origami content like Kimiro and get millions of views? Dude, Kimiro is built different, man, and I do get millions of views, so it's just different. Like,
This goes into the topic of studying social media. And honestly, I'm not built like Kimiro, dude. So Kimiro, like, also we're in different audiences. So Kimiro, a lot of his viewership is from the Korean audience, So he uses this like format of video in general is more popular in Korea, where they're used to seeing like you see how it's like this outline of text that describes what it is, and then it's a different format here. But these videos take so much effort. You know what I mean? It's like the same format every time, but showing the box plate studio, showing the paper, showing this really cool visual, and then filming like this. That's a lot of work. That's so much work. That's crazy. And also to do it, time lapses are really hard. A lot of times people don't have an idea what's going on. And if it's too fast, then people get dizzy. So what Kimuro is doing here is he's collapsed everything already, and then he's unfolding it and then filming him just pressing it together. Right. So like after this pre-creasing, which honestly I get a little dizzy watching, but this part, he's already collapsed it, unfolds it, then collapses it back. Right. And a lot of it's skipped. Right. And then same thing with shaping. He's folded it, he's creased it, and then he shows a little bit of it, but he doesn't show the gluing, but it's done later. Right. So it's very aesthetic, but it's like a lot of extra work for every single fold. For a lot of my models, where the shaping is not this straightforward and it's a lot more organic, it wouldn't work as nicely. You know what I mean? So I don't feel like I can do exactly this. Also, Kimuro is crazy, dude. Like, this is one of the greatest origami mechs in human designs and large grid models in general. It's actually insane. But unfortunately, it got less views than the dumpling. You know what I mean? So like I know Kimuro spent way longer. He spent like a whole month or two making this video and a design, maybe more than a month. But he had to not do anything else and not post anything else. And then he makes this dumpling, which is a really cute and fun video, but this definitely took less time to make. And it outperforms it, right? I mean, his most viewed video is a mango. Not anything crazy. So if I really wanted to just make content, I could do something that I just repeat a format that works. Really simple stuff that's just eye-catching and play the social media game. But I'm really interested in just making origami at the forefront, and then content is kind of second. So sure, the videos don't perform as well, but some of them perform really well. I've got one that's got 4 million views, a couple of them 100,000, stuff like that. Plenty fine, but I'm making things that I really enjoy and find complex. And I'm not as built different as Kimuro. You know what I mean? Kimuro is insane. He's top 1% of origami designers. So kind of nuts. But that's kind of why. Like I kind of have a different approach. I think my audience in general is different. They're not necessarily looking for me to just like want something cool. I'm trying to, maybe it's a skill to learn. People want to know what painting I'm using, and that filters my audience a lot. But I'm building more of a community. You know what I mean? So like, my last live stream had like 50 people watching it, right? So these are people that are very involved in origami. Even if I get like 1 million views, a lot of those people won't convert to become origami folders. But I'm really trying to reach to the origami folder first. And then obviously everyone around too, and maybe suck them in. But my priority is you guys, right? So making stuff that actually benefits you. That's why I also try to make a lot of my designs foldable. So if I need to do a tutorial, I can. If I would just did like as hard of models as I possibly could, tutorials would be nearly impossible to make.
But yeah, I hope that kind of makes sense. That's kind of my idea for origami. Maybe it'll change in the future, but for now, it's like, I think I found a kind of healthy niche of content, and I'm more focused on community building than like full views and stuff. Yeah, I mean, you can even see like the recent models. I did kind of take a small break from like long videos just so I could actually improve my own skill and make stuff that I wanted. So these three, like I did back to back designs. with no tutorial. And
deciding just to do one tutorial in the future, but a lot of it is like I need my own time to fold and get better as well. Whereas like Kimiro, he's making videos of everything he's doing, but he's constantly just getting better on his own because he's not doing tutorials and other stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. There's just different approach to content. But yeah, like my video on the insects I reposted actually for Instagram is doing pretty good. It's at like 120,000 views. And then pretty much all the other shorts are like 10,000 each. It's pretty good. And I will say, if it comes to like monetary value, if you guys are curious, like how much do these videos actually make? Videos don't make that much money, even for 1 million views. When it's short form, it might be a couple dollars, maybe like $100 for 1 million views. Might be that might be around there. If a million views on a long video, that's a big difference. But 1 million views on a short video doesn't pay a whole lot. I am making a lot more short videos though, because I did get hired by Facebook on a flat fee to just post videos, and that is making way more. So okay, ballpark, I won't say the exact amount, but like Facebook is paying me, you know, a couple hundred a month just for posting. And then I also racked up about like maybe 300 to 400,000 views. And those 300 to 400,000 views on Facebook only paid around $7. Right. So it's not much, and it depends on platform and topic, but $7 versus, you know, being able to post exactly what I want, but getting paid a couple hundred. You can kind of see why I would prefer to just keep doing what I'm doing, because I'm happier that way. That's a little insight into social media. Yeah, if the best way for monetizing, I think, is if you get brand deals or stuff like that, because it's more consistent, I guess, at least the amount wise.
I thought that in US origami is already institutionalized, isn't it?
So in Korea, I think it's the most institutionalized. In the US, it's not really. Like, we have Origami USA, but it's a nonprofit organization. It's not really focused on like being a formal education type thing. It's still kind of just like a for fun hobby to share with everybody is their approach. So it's not really institutionalized. So there's no money to be made through that, basically. Um, you're making money in the States off origami is very hard. There's not too many ways to do it. Sustainably as an individual. I think the easiest way currently is, I guess, if you teach school programs in person. Books are definitely not really a great sustainable way to do it. They take way too much time. But you know, I do a mix of like e-commerce, social media, brand deals, and then some gallery sales. But it's not institutionalized, right? Like 80% of what I've done is myself entrepreneuring. Maybe 90, actually like 95%. With like no backing, no institution backing me. I think in Korea they actually have like teaching curriculums that you can follow and then get hired for. But I'm not super sure. All of my designs are intuition based, and yes, they're ineffective or inefficient. Inefficient? I don't think they're ineffective. I think your designs are good, Nara. Ineffective, but well, that's how we get better. Yeah, no, that's super true. Like, again, like most of my designs were intuition based, and even watching you design, Nara, I think your new stuff, there's like your intuition's it's improving a lot, right? Like you are picking up patterns and you're understanding methods more. So designs are getting more and more efficient, but it's still like, you know you can do something with this flap, and then you just go from there. You don't like sh- structure everything to the T, and that's totally fine. Like, again, I still kind of do that a little bit.
I've never been one to.
Like, a lot of my crease patterns aren't even fully flat folding, you know. So it just be like that. I think it's totally fine.
I think most of the like original designs that were based off other people's bases, which was like most of the designs from the 90s through like the 2000s, maybe 80s to the 2000s, right? Most of that's like intuition based as well. People didn't have these formal theorems and like, oh, this box pleat design could be made more efficient with this Pythagorean here and packing. There's nothing like that. No. Okay, so now what we're going to do is kind of make a big hug,
A wall of stuff that just kind of hugs this model with styrofoam. And I just want it to mainly be taller than the highest point of this guy. So I think just using this should be enough. It's like a little bit not quite tall enough, but it's, I think this will be perfect. So I'm just going to chop a bunch of strips of this and then attach them. But yeah, I mean, if you ask like Bodo for his design methodology, it's going to be way different than someone like Oriol Esteve, where his design methodology is purely what can he fold for fun. He does a lot of his designs folding in bars with friends, with his group OAS, Origami Always Exceed. And so like his paradigm of designing is going to be completely different from, yeah, like someone like Bodo or Yuho or even me, right? And you can see like Oriol Esteve is a really successful designer, multiple books, special guest at many places. Yeah, very different. But yeah, so I think that's the beauty of origami design. Even though we have all these theorems and methods and softwares, like at the end of the day, it's what do you want to create? And whoever's creating cool stuff is going to get rewarded for it, basically, potentially, because it's cool or cute. So, for my methodology and ideology, philosophy towards origami is as long like you're doing it right if you're having fun. So whatever is fun is the most important. What do you want to do? Doesn't matter who has more followers. The important thing is to do what you want to do with personality. It's what identifies you, and your content is 100% quality. Feel if you are here, low audience. Thanks, man. Yeah, I think that's the goal. Like, there's like so many gurus, social media gurus, which you'll see online. A lot of them are focused on sales and business stuff like that. But like, I think creating community it's a different type of value. Like, sure, it might help businesses, but there's a lot of frameworks. And I think a lot of people are too concerned about going viral. But whatever they go viral with, they aren't able to convert that into a community. And even if they do, it might not be towards something they want, right? Like some people go viral for some random trend, and now they have to do all the trends that are like that. And they're just that one person. But if you can build like a community, it's super valuable. And like for me in my personal life, like going to conventions, I get to see that community, I get to teach it, I have big interaction, and to me that's super valuable. Obviously I'm not some millionaire, right? So people who are making millions off of trends, good for them, but it's like it's not really necessary to like have fulfillment in social media, if that makes sense. If I ever do start making millions of dollars off YouTube, though, a lot of it's going towards origami. So it'll be very different than other things, I think. Um, both are built different, but on different paths. I'm built different because I drink coffee at nighttime. You know what I'm saying? And still sleep somehow. I like creating Lego. Hello, that's so cool. Thank you so much. I'm going to sleep. It's half past midnight. Hey, get some rest. Thank you, GT. Great questions. Thanks for tuning in. That was awesome. Ismail, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Elevator origami. It's so cool. Thank you. Thank you. Spot, we get first personal. All right, it's that already. Yeah, more personal help. Exactly. Yeah, thanks, guys. I have fun being able to help. Again, like the reason I started my tutorial was inspired on Tadashi Mori, like because I found I've explained this in the past, but it's like from following a lot of those tutorials, it showed me that I have the capacity to learn anything, and that like realization was game changing for me. And so when I started my channel, I wanted something to be able to inspire the same. Is like to that's why I made the crease pattern class, is like to demystify or make it easier to approach crease patterns. You know, show that wasn't scary and kind of have that effect. So I think that kind of inspiration has held true throughout this channel, and hopefully it continues like that in the future. Yeah, hope guys that I don't like sell out. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I've been thinking a lot. I've talked to a lot of people on social media as well, and been doing a lot of studies. I think it is actually like it's not as difficult to make a lot of money on YouTube or social media in general. It's obviously like very very hard, but if you know the certain skill sets, it's not necessarily too hard. It's just a lot of the methods are not ethical. You know what I mean? Like it's easy to make money non-ethically. And so like a lot of that is like taking gambling sponsorships. I'm sure if you guys have been watching anything on YouTube, a lot of like the bottom tag will be some gambling company. And a lot of people are using AI to make videos based on stolen content or generated videos. And then they just get a gambling sponsorship and they like use AI to automate everything. It's, in my opinion, it's like not ethical to do that. It's like you're promoting gambling to kids. But I know they're getting a lot of money. Or like again, a lot of the gurus promote some sort of web course, and it's again like just promoting not necessarily true things to people, but they like their sales pitch is like it's kind of like lying. I don't know. To me, I wouldn't feel comfortable like doing something like that, where you're like most of your emotional motive and how you're hooking people is based off like lies, right? It's like that wouldn't be great. Okay, so these three are gonna make up the bottom. So I want the bottom to be very strong. So that's why I made these. Let's glue this together. And then the rest I'm gonna support with the glue gun, which honestly, let me chop everything and then I'm going to start gluing a lot. But I mean, what I just explained online, I guess like if you think about it with old methods, like robbing a bank, right? It's not ethical, but you can get a lot of money from that potentially. Probably not, honestly, but like I don't know. You'll be a millionaire if you start selling origamis like origami selling specific brand. Yeah, I don't think so. I've made a decent amount selling origami models, like a valid amount. You know, nothing like life changing where I can retire, but pretty good amount. But the market for it's very small. And it's a lot of work to network. So I think it's one of those things where I don't want to necessarily do that full time unless I have enough clientele where I can. But like trying to find clients and stuff, it's like it's very difficult. Much more difficult than like that's a very hard route. I think for origami, it needs to grow a bit more. That's why I explained earlier, I'm building a database to keep track of competitions and make leaderboards. So like if we can build data within origami and then create like platforms around it that can advertise to other markets, that might be a way to make money. We talk about social media, right? People making money off social media, but the real people making money is the social media platforms themselves, right? So like, what is it for origami where we're using those platforms and we are that platform and we can draw in cash flow from other sources outside of origami? That, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say what exactly that is, or if origami becomes a big enough business. This is why you guys should study hard in school. This is why school is very important, because you guys can become the future businessmen that understand certain strategies and then apply it back to origami. Because one, you'll have a job, so you have money to work with. And then two, you have your intelligence and ideas. You can mix those in. You know what I mean? So at least that's that's what I'm trying to do. I studied really hard. I think that's helped me create what I've created. Studying is important. Study hard, guys. Do your homework. But like, yeah, it's like origami isn't in a place yet where it's super easy to pitch something, but there's room for it to grow, maybe. I think there is opportunity with using data, and then even as things become very digital, it's almost like it's good for us where people are so interested in digital things that there's a lot of value being created for like going back old school. Like a lot of people are realizing like, hey, all this digital stuff isn't really good for my kid. I want them to do something offline. And what is there to do offline? Origami, right? I think that's at least a big interest I've heard from parents when they come to our local meetings, or just looking for something that's not like a video game, something that's a little bit more educative, like origami. And then a lot of AI art is really bad, right? So there's something different. Like people are like, oh, people are just gonna make AI origamis. Companies won't care if it looks fake. That's not the point we should be focusing on. Like, sure, some opportunities will change where we might not be doing commercials for brands, but what we are doing is like the act of doing it yourself, I think is still very marketable as like an activity. And so like it's totally a valid art for education and corporate outings. There's like very untouched markets that I think can be applied, and especially for competition where you have to have a person compete, right? So if we have competition platforms that maybe get sold to a media company, right? There's just so many ideas. We just need more people able to do stuff with time that also care about community and will do it ethically. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's very hard to have all that combination, but
Boys, can you share the crease pattern? Oh, for this one?
you're not gonna like this, guys. So it's I only have the packing. I haven't had time to make the full crease pattern yet. So this is where like this is not really intuitive design. Well, maybe it still is, but like, let me try to pull this up. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break to look at Mark's submission. Ideas for posing and background, please. Also general CC before finishing. Oh, this is nice. This is Mark's new Phoenix design. And I think because I'm using a lot of computer resources, the photo's not loading properly. So let me look at the colors from my phone. Yeah, okay, it's loading a lot better from my phone. Okay, well, for one, Mark, I think the image, it might be getting compressed by Discord, which means it might get compressed by Instagram. So you might want to find a software where you can have the format like a little bit smaller sized without losing quality of the photo. That's just one thing so that it doesn't come out blurry. You guys can't even see this. You're just looking at the crease pattern. Okay, hold on. There you go. That's what I'm looking at. But it looks great, dude. I think posing is generally pretty good. You can see all the tails and the legs separately with the feathers and a good picture of the face. I think the only potential thing I would say is around the can you see my cursor? Like, because it's red, the lighting is it's getting muted a little bit around here. So if you can maybe take a softer light source and bounce it off of this so it creates like a edge that you can notice more, it's gonna define the tail a bit better. Because like right now, this whole area at afar, I can't see what the structure actually is. So my brain thinks it's kind of mushed. And it takes away from the elegance of the whole model. So if that would be the improvement for the photography. I don't know if this is a pose thing, but at least for the photography, that would improve. Otherwise, I think this is awesome, man. People have been recommending me to fold some birds or some feathered things from the paper tree paper. So yeah, I might fold one of yours. We'll have to see. It's a big commitment because there's a lot of detail, but if I have time, potentially. Probably not this. I think you recommended me your dove. That might be a good one to do. But very nice. Also, if you can photo edit out this, definitely edit out this, because kind of takes away from the model, which I think you can do. Very cool, very cool. Little sneak preview for everybody. Okay, this is Origami Dan. We went so crease pattern. This is all I got. What is cool though is I found a good use of Pythagorean theorem. Pythagorean stretch. So there's 2 here, which it basically lets these be long enough for the scarf, and then one up here, which again, 1 extra unit saved for the scarf with some extra detail into the hand. And the layering works out quite nicely for this. The head's a little bit weird. I thought I was going to use this. This is like kind of wasted because it closes the back, but it's kind of hidden behind the scarf, which closes the back. So it's kind of redundant. And it doesn't close the back all the way. It's kind of ugly. This was accidental in planning, but it kind of works. It's kind of scuffed too. This is a little scuffed. Legs are fine. This area, actually, this isn't correct. I did something else. I don't really remember what it is, but yeah. So I did this so that I could start planning the MV crease pattern, and then this is like pre-creasing because people want a tutorial, but I haven't finished the rest of it yet. So there's the crease pattern. Who asked for it? I creating Lego. Here's the crease pattern. Simon, hi boys. What's up, Simon? Dude. Before I leave, can you check my model? Okay, I checked it. There you go, Mark. Boys, in Argentina, it's very difficult to find papers to make complex origami. I can make paper with the help of your videos, but can't get books. No people to fold complex figures. I want to try to encourage that in some way. And when your last live helped me a lot to how to make a YouTube video, and try to get people interested in these. Oh yeah, that's right. I did have. I think was that your question about like, I gave some advice for making a YouTube channel, like what you should do. Okay, I'm glad that helped you, man. If you keep working on that YouTube channel and then you keep like let me know as it grows. That sounds really cool. I hope you can be the one to start origami community in Argentina, right? I know there's a lot of folders in Brazil, and there's a lot of folders in Colombia, and Argentina is kind of, it's not too far, but it's still kind of distant. But hopefully maybe some of those communities can help you. Yeah, I don't know too many in Argentina, but that can change very quickly. Very quickly. Okay, let's go back to this, but that's good to hear. All right, we can start gluing some of these things together. I'm gonna put my mask back on. I also need more glue sticks. All right, so let's start
these. Is this Phoenix? I think that was referring to Mark's thing. Yeah, Mark's was a Phoenix. All right. So these take a little bit to dry. We're doing pretty good. And Julio, what's up? I'm back. What's up, dude? You didn't miss too much. I talked about Mark's new model, and then I showed a crease pattern for Wilder. Talked about some other stuff. But yeah, dude. We're going a little slow on the progress of this box, but like once these are done, it's going to be pretty secure. And we'll see if it fits in one of my old boxes, which I hope it does. Because then I can just reuse it for a lot of other stuff. I glued this one a little incorrectly. Alrighty. Yeah, so this one's going to be a bit thicker because this is going to be in front of the stand. And so I want it to be strong, at least in one point for the stand, so that doesn't shake too much. The rest of it, one layer should be good. And then, yeah, we were talking about origami in Argentina a little bit. You know, what I've noticed in the past 5 years, like,
Origami, it's grown a lot in India, for sure. Even 5 years ago, it was starting to emerge, but it was like very isolated. I think it still kind of is, but now there's so much coming on, and we have really complex folders like Nara, and then people making paper like Nara, and there's another guy named Creed. So there's a new shop, Creed's Origami Paper. Um, there's I don't know what the magazine Kagazi what their plans are, but they had a big fling for a while. So like there's a lot of emerging communities. I think India is still on the rise, and then there's like Indonesia, and who knows, maybe Argentina. There was a big convention in Colombia last year. So I really hope we see more communities grow. I think you also missed a big conversation about the uh, business of origami. So I talked a bit about my ideas on business. So that might be a thing to go back on when you watch. Someone said to sit down.
all right, I got you. I go standing when I like lock in. Also, this actually might be a bit easier to do when I'm standing. But want to see me in my respirator mask? There you go. So now we're basically just placing these around to make sure it's really steady in this position. And this is where like you gotta really try not to get glue on the model itself. Are you packing your models for the convention? Yeah.
So this is showing. Someone asked before how to transport models. This is how I'm transporting the model, very safely.
Because with something this complex, you don't want to, get it damaged. So, like, I've always been thinking about what's the safest way and space efficient way to transport stuff. Like, a lot of it, I've been focusing on the safety. Now I'm focusing on bringing back some of the portability. Because the past ones were very, very protective, but pretty space inefficient. So now we're back to finding good ways to be space efficient. And I think this type is a good hybrid of both. It's not very professional so I wouldn't do this for galleries, but at least for bringing my own ones, I would do this. And if I were selling as a product or shipping to galleries, I would do the other method. Because then it doesn't matter. The space doesn't really matter. The protection matters like way more. Protection and ease of access. Okay, here I'm gonna want one like this. Folding Samurai V3, should I paint it? What color? I do like the red. I think if you can do a rust color would be really cool too. But red's classic. You could also go like just a gray metallic would be pretty cool too. Like maybe a dark gray metallic, so it's like it's not exactly black, but it's a dark gray. I think some combination of red, gold, copper, brass is pretty sweet. This Wilder look hard. Looks hard as in like hard to fold, or hard as in like, that goes hard, like the slang.
Maybe both. It's definitely hard to fold, and I think it's cool. So hopefully that's it. Okay, here you get the juxtaposition of voice designs, right? It's like something very complex like this, cool looking, and then you get this cute, weird looking pyramid head. This is the range of my designing, right? Como asks, would you ever do some sort of super complex clinic at Peacock? Give in-person feedback to your followers who are learning your models or even design their own? Oh, that's a good question. So honestly, the restriction. So this is actually really good to tell you, Como, since you're on the Peacock committee. I'm gonna sit down for this one. My issue I found with origami conventions is that the issue I found in origami conventions with teaching complex classes is 100% the time slots. And I'm not too sure how to work around it. So right now, origami to say generally has up to 3 time slots for one model. And I think if I had 4 or all of them where like maybe 5 were like, what is it, like 2 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. So 2 in the morning, we take a break, lunch, we come back, and I teach the rest of it. We'd give enough time for something really complex, really, really complex, enough to where I can talk about shaping, get into it, have people do wet folding, all that sorts of complex stuff. I know in the past, Jason Koo had a class where it was kind of like that, or maybe Shuki had a class where it was like all day, or it transcended days. So there's like part 1 of the class and part 2. But I know now with the online scheduling, that hasn't really been a thing that's been enabled. So the most I can teach is within 2 hours and 45 minutes, which is all I can select in the classes. I would totally be open to doing a crazy long clinic where it's focused on super complex origami. So the expectation going in is we're going to fold this complex model. Boyce is going to walk people through shaping all these complex topics, something like that. Totally open to do that. I know that's a little weird because it means whoever signs up for that class can't take the other classes in the day. So it's hard to say what the balance is or what the resolution would be. But just know that I am open to doing something like that where I teach, go to lunch, come back, teach at least 2 more class periods or the rest of the day. If we can show there's enough interest, maybe we can do this or perhaps get a sponsor to fund a dedicated room. That's true. Like for my sword and shield class, okay, this could be a potential. I talked about it a little earlier, Como, but I tried to teach this at the New York Convention last year, or I guess I did teach it. Again, I listed 10 seats and I got a ton of complaints. I think there were 60, 70 signups for the class with 10 seats. So it was something crazy. It's like I think I had the second most requested class besides the special guest who had the first. Something like that. So maybe, yeah, again, if that's enough interest, I know Peacock's size is a little different. I don't know. But I could reteach this model if that was interest. I know Patty was asking me if I wanted to teach this online. I think online would be really hard. Like in person is like most ideal. And at the New York Convention, I had to go really quick when teaching this. I even tried to prepare enough paper for 10 people in the class, but because there were so many people, I couldn't. That's the other thing. It's like, at least I would need double tissue for this class. Doesn't have to be large, like 40 centimeter double tissue would be perfect. That's what this is. And then just enough time to go through everything. And if that's possible, I would totally do this. If not, I think my thoughts towards teaching in Peacock, if I did want to do like a clinic towards that's more focused for super complex origami, it could be broken up into a separate like speaking class, kind of how there's like topics or classes on topics instead of like actually folding a model. But I think it's harder when people aren't interacting with something direct, right? I did a really cool one with Matt last year where it was about baking paper. And then we were able to do a demo where people could pull sheets using Matt's apparatus. And then I was on a side where they would treat paper with methyl cellulose. And that worked pretty well too. Obviously we won't have Matt there. It'll just be me, but I could try to think of some topic class to teach at Peacock. But I think the best case scenario or the coolest thing, right, would be to teach something like this live. Now there is a tutorial for this model now. It could be one of my other models. That's like not necessarily as hard as this one, but around that level too. We just have to see like how much interest. Yeah, I think. Like what if I taught head empty at Peacock, right? Like I think that would draw enough attention because for one, there's no tutorial on it. The crease pattern's public, but that might go crazy. That might go really crazy. It would definitely take like the whole day, but it would be super cool. We can talk about that coming up towards the future for sure. I'd be interested. Young, yeah, I think that'd be really marketable. And I think I can do it. So you can talk with the team and say that, hey, if this is possible, Boyce will teach head empty at Pacific Coast Origami Convention. What kind of paper? That was double tissue. So double tissue would work. I met people from Colombia, not personally, who participated in the last Origami Convention, also from Uruguay. None in Argentina. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I wonder why there's none in Argentina. That is interesting. Great. Yeah, sweet. Let's make that happen. That's exciting. I'm super. I was already excited for Peacock. Now I'm even more excited.
This will be really fun. Okay, let's finish this part off. We're almost there. And then see if it fits in the box. I might do some more supports depending on how it fits, but don't think we need to do too much more. Wonder if Robert would advocate. Yeah, that might be a good idea.
To ask Robert, because he's been teaching way longer than I have, and generally his classes are fairly complex. I don't know in the past if he's ever done like a super long complex class, but maybe he's probably thought about it. So getting his perspective would probably be very interesting for a class like that. Yeah, I think obviously I don't expect it to be fully open to everyone. So I don't know if there's some things like, oh, are we treating boys specially or something like that? That would be unfair, but I think people would be interested. So we'll see how the rest, like the opinions of the other people, whether there's like things we're not thinking about that might interfere. But I think it could work for sure. He's on committee, so oh yeah, okay, that's easy. There you go. Yeah, I'm no longer on any convention committees. I'm just helping out kind of from the sidelines of um, exhibition for New York and then video for Patty for Peacock. Would you like to participate in the convention in Argentina? Just joking. I think it'd be cool to travel. I don't know if I could travel to South America right now, but it would be cool if there's like an online to interact. It would be really cool to travel to South America, but with my work schedule, international stuff's a little tricky, and I've already planned some international trips for the next like 2 years. So I don't quite have the space right now, but it would be really cool. Total hotel classroom capacity might be a factor. Ah, that's true. Yeah, because if I'm taking one for all sessions of the day, that might come into play. But one of the 25-person rooms would probably work. I don't think I need the biggest one because like the biggest one will most likely go to the special guests because those special guests are really exciting. So people are going to be really interested in those. It'll probably still be popular because I know whenever I post a complex class like that, people who know they're not quite at that level but could try are still interested. They'll still sign up for that class. Just because it's a question, like a common question, like, oh, what do I need to do to get better at to get into complex origami, right? That basically be why they would join the class. Quick question: how do you get into pre-folding? Massively overwhelmed by it, so I can follow most tutorials, but pre-fold diagrams are too much. Okay, so Bright Audio. If you have not watched my crease pattern class, try doing that. But very simply, let me see if I can give you a quick example of something you can practice to like make things like that easier. Because yeah, it can seem very daunting at first. But I'm going to even just use this tiny square because that's all you really need to practice. One of my favorite drills for people, like it's kind of like sports, right? You practice drills that help with certain skills later, is folding a grid and then making creases between the grid. So we're going to start small with like a 4 grid. And again, I have a tutorial on making a grid. I have the tutorials for a really large grid, but just try something smaller like a 16. And if you can get used to that, you're good. Good to go. If the 16 grid is having trouble for you, then again, go 4 and then 8. And then I think if you're able to do an 8 grid, the 16 won't be that hard after that, right? But once you have your grid, a lot of pre-creasing is understanding where you are on the paper and just having an awareness of where things are. So, for example, if there is a crease pattern where like you need to make a crease here and it's like a V that goes down. For one, some people like to draw it and that helps them, but it might not help you for pre-creasing. What I would do is I just take the section between the points. Let me get this focused. Right? So there's a point here. It's a little hard to see. Right there. And I just practice being able to pinch that point. Right? Because if I'm able to pinch that point and I can pinch the next point here, now it's almost made the pre-crease for me. And that's how I can do it a little bit more accurately. And this way I can also do it in the air. I don't need a table. I can go exactly in the point. So now I can do the next one. I can pinch this point, and then now I can practice pinching this one and the one in the middle. And now suddenly I've gone across the grid like twice. It could be off grid too. So maybe the point was here. It goes off centered across two or up two and up one, right? So now I'm able to pre-crease like that. Because yeah, if you do it on flat, just folding normally, it's really hard to line it up correctly, right? But if you can go from point to point, then it doesn't matter where it is. It could even be like a 22.5. So like if there's no grid, right? But you find a reference point between 2 points. So like now maybe I need to go from where these two lines crossed, like this one and this one, and I need to go from that to the corner. I can do the same thing. I can start the pinch, and then I can go to the corner and start a pinch there, and then just connect the two. And then that helps for pre-creasing a ton. Like that's like the basic pre-creasing skill. And this is a combination of air folding as well as awareness of where you are on the paper, and that's super, super useful skill. Hopefully that helps. But okay. I should make a YouTube short on that. Maybe I should clip this and do that. I should probably make it a little bit more informative, but okay. I think let's see. So generally, if I move this around, it's pretty secure. I think I want something a little bit more tucked here and here so that it can't shake, but this is pretty good. Let's grab this. This is a big box. Okay, I'm gonna have to use the other camera. How wide is the paper to make it? The Wilder is, so I think I'm gonna make the tutorial soon. This honestly, the answer is as big as possible. I think the minimum size is 60 centimeters, but this one was like 80. And I think 80 is ideal. I think it's the best. I think you can get away with 70, can maybe get away with 60, but it should be folded from 80 centimeters. It is pretty big, but I think when I did the tutorial too, some of the shaping's going to change just to make it look cooler. I did the shaping of this one to make it look like the character. But I think as an origami design, people don't really care too much about it matching the character. They just want something cool. So I can make it even better by just making it like the making it cool. We'll see. What do you guys think? Would you rather it just be like a cool origami model, or do you want it exactly like the character? Like, I don't know how many people play the game, right? Okay, so this box is designed for the swordsman back there. But I think even though it's got all those extra things, I can just use this template and like slot it in somewhere. It's actually very tall. Maybe this is too tall for this box. Might just be slightly, okay, I think I can trim it a little bit. Let's see if this works. I'm going to trim the edges slightly. That's extra. And see. Another thing about this knife that scissors can't do is do precision chops like this, because the blade is actually very sharp. So I can just outline precisely like that. Maybe get a slightly deeper cut. Oh, that was out of frame, but basically I took off the edge. I took off the edge here. And then the top, I can chop this off. I need some room for the tip of the sword still. So I'll keep the other side intact. Mostly. I might even need like something to block that. Let's see if this will fit. If you have access to 3D printing, why do you use foam? For one, to design in Blender or CAD a box to fit this guy would take me a lot longer than what I just did. You know what I mean? Like this, I'm just like ad hoc gluing stuff. Designing a print for that would take a lot longer. And my printer, I don't think it can print something this big. It might, but it would take a lot of plastic. Brian Chan, he's like the 3D print guy, right? So he's 3D printed some really nice boxes. So maybe I should ask him to 3D print them. But they're still for models that are a lot smaller than this. And I'm sure it still takes a lot of time. But Brian's also way better at CAD than I am. So it makes sense that he can design something like that and I can't. Okay, this might still be too big. Ooh, it's starting to hit the sword, which we don't want. Let's try it this way. Oops, that's my alarm. It might be a little too big for this box still. Okay, we can chop more of the bottom off, and I think it might be able to fit in between here. If not, I'll have to make another box, but the idea is I would make another frame like this for the other models I'm bringing and just make one more box for all of them instead of making individual boxes for each one. And then from there we'll be good. So it's like mini frames and mini boxes for one big box. And that way, like when I take the origami out of the box, I just had to grab like the frame and it'll come out of the box as one piece. All right. Let's see if we trimmed enough. Oh, I have this extra piece I can take out, I think. Let's see. Okay, it's not super ideal, but it fits. I don't think I can fit the rest of the models in here as well, but I would have to remove some of the other extras, which I don't know if I want to do because this box is really nice for the DPA sword and shield. But I think the idea will work. Like in theory, if there's an empty box and I had it big enough for just a bunch of frames like this, and I just slot the frames in, and they can like stack on top of each other. I think it'll work. Like, because it's strong, like I could just stack something this way on top. But maybe not for like a specialized box like this. Which is okay. It's like, I keep that box because I think it's the one I'm most likely to sell in the future coming up. So when that happens, I'll use that to sell. But this is pretty good. Okay, so now all we need is a barrier here for the shield. So let's, or for the blade. So let's do that really quick so the corner doesn't get taken off. Let's see, we'll do like that. Mark, I'm back just to say goodbye. Nice boxer. Good night, everyone. Good night, Mark. I don't know if you missed, I reviewed your model. So after the stream's over, you can go back and check it out. Thanks for tuning in, man. I'm glad you joined. Always good seeing you, Mark. And I'm excited for that final post, dude. No, I think it's better to use white paper and spray paint afterwards, which is clean and also quite cheap. Color on papers. So I already have a tutorial on how to put color on papers unfolded. That's in the Ultimate Paper Guide. And it's taught by a Brazilian, guy from Germany, and a guy from Belgium, and plant psychologists. So 4 different methodologies for different types of coloring papers. So go check that out. I've already done that. But if you're talking about a tutorial for painting afterwards, I'm working on that right now. I have the basic one, but a lot of people requested the full one. The full one, I still want some more knowledge, some more practice. So actually in the beginning, I was working on this one a little bit. I totally forgot to do the next coat, which is going to be a brighter silver. We'll probably do that soon, actually right after this. And that's probably the last thing I'll do for the stream. And then like, once I feel like I'm good enough, like I don't want to put bad content out there, right? So I want to make sure I'm good enough at it, and then make a tutorial. But the basic concept of what I've learned, I've made a YouTube short about it. And so you can check that out if you haven't seen it. It's the how to make paint more metallic video. Plain black looks good. It's not bad, honestly. The plain black, it's not bad. In person, you can definitely tell it's spray painted a bit, but once I hit it with metallic, it's gonna go crazy. Like I think this one would have been even better if I didn't do the blue glaze. Just kept it this color with the brown. But I did that because of the specific character for that video game. But the other one, I'm just gonna do a crazy metallic finish on it. And I think with everything I've learned up to this point, it's gonna look really good. Hopefully. Okay, we can use these actually to support it. Is there going to be a stream this Saturday? Not this Saturday. And
And I'm busy the next Saturday, but maybe the one after that. So in July. So in like 2 or 3 weeks. Um, yeah, I don't think I'm free this Saturday to stream. No. Yep, the original model still comes out nice and clean. I think that's all we need.
If I need this extra one, I'll just save this piece for later. Let's get rid of this. Extra bits we don't need. Trash. And I'm gonna unplug my heat gun so it cools down. And that means we don't need the mask anymore. But this is looking pretty good. Pretty secure and set. All right, so last thing for the stream is we're gonna do another coat of paint. With our new dry brushes. Very exciting. I'm just gonna use this big one for now. And the smaller ones later. And okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna grab the paint. Or I'm basically I have a new palette. So I saved the old paint because, like I said, it was a wet palette. I'm gonna make a new wet palette on this one, and also a black wash. And I'll explain what those are in a little bit. Actually, okay, so for the black wash, I can prepare it here. I'm going to use a paint and make it really watery. So I'm just going to put a little bit of paint and make it really watery. I'm just going to let us kind of stain back some of the recesses of the paper that we might cover up and just kind of give a nice highlight. Because sometimes when you use metallic paints, if it's too shiny, it looks kind of fake. So it's just going to be like that much paint and a bit of water. It's going to be pretty good. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And actually, I think I'm going to stand for this. So let me adjust my camera enough for it to... I don't think it will. Okay, you're just going to have to deal with me standing. Oh, yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so we have our wet palette and we have our super watered down black wash. So I'm going to put the wash to the side for now because we don't need it yet. And I'm going to get our first coat ready here. So I think... I really like this silver. This is a more expensive silver, but the consistency is really nice. So I'm going to use that on one side, and then I think I'm going to have it slightly muted with some of that wrought iron. It's either this or gunmetal gray. I really enjoy, but we're going to try with the wrought iron. It's a little bit darker than the gunmetal. And we'll start with a mixture. So I'm going to use a stiffer brush just to make mixture here with more of this. Okay, something like that. And that way we can use our dry brush. Since this is the nicer brush, I don't want to like oversaturate the brush. I just want like an even coat, and then we're getting most of it off because it's dry brushing, right? So that's what this is for. So dry brushing, like the name qualifies, is you want the paint to be like mostly dry. So a lot of people like will check if it just leaves like a little bit on your hand, that's still a little too much. You just want like a light coat, kind of like that. Once that's good, then when you hit textured things like up here, it mainly hits the top, but we're actually going to be okay with hitting a lot more of it. And so when you do not just erase surfaces, it's called an overbrush. So that's kind of what I did with the dark, but now we're going with the lighter one to really hit more of the surface and change the actual color of the whole model. So you can really see it starting to pop. And this still might be like a little darker than I want. So let's get a little bit more of that silver in there. See what this is like. Yeah, so. But it's still kind of messy, so that ideally in the big recesses, it's still like super dark. And that's why we did the dark base coat. So let's hit that a little bit more. Start hitting the face. And by layering a lot of these paints together with different shades and different brightness levels, that's where you're going to get the really metallic look. Not just by coating it with one type of metallic paint. And we're going to even change the consistency of the paints by thinning them down. So that's like the black wash is the thinnest you'll go, but even with this existing paint later on, I might lighten it up a little bit just to like start staining some of the highlights where I don't want the color to replace the existing color. I just want it to kind of go on top and be transparent through it. And then also generally like with armors, especially, they want to look a little bit weathered. So that's where like the layers also help because you're going to be able to add some imperfection, which will kind of add some weathered looks to the whole thing and make it look pretty cool. So I'm just going to make sure to hit most of it. And then I'm not really worrying about the back for now. I'll do the back later. That way it has somewhere to rest while it dries. And I'll probably just do that off stream, but you can assume that like I would be doing this for most of it. And then the sword I'm gonna do completely differently, so I'm not gonna really worry about the sword for now. Oh, Bodo's awake now. Voice painting. Try using even less paint. So I'm still going for a base coat, Bodo. The final dry brush, I'm going to use like way less paint, but I just don't want it to be black. And yeah, we're not really dry brushing too. We're still over brushing for the most part. Because the dry brush we're gonna go really light, so it's super bright on the highlights, and then it'll come off stronger. But for now, I just don't want I don't want it to be black. You know what I mean? So we're kind of like doing a second step to our base coat of getting. Oh, that is too much, but um, still just getting our dark metallic base layer applied, and then once it gets bright, we'll hit it. If that makes sense. Yeah, that's yeah. So this is not really dry brushing, but that like that I understand. Yeah, don't worry. Feel like you could use less paint. Well, it's gonna change. I'm gonna do like 5 layers. Don't worry. Maybe you are worried if I'm using 5 layers, but there's a specific effect I'm trying to go for. Not just like black with dry brush, because like that's kind of done a lot in origami, but like I'm going for like I basically did the best layer on this, right? And this is the combination of base coat, wash, uh highlights, and then stain. Right. But now instead of doing it like on a brown, we're gonna do it with a steel color. And then I might even add some blues to make it a little different. Seem as fragile, but he's quite resistant. Yeah, so it's because I did the spray paint layer, it's really sturdy. If it was not spray painted, it would be a little bit fragile, but it should be good now. Okay, this I got like a little too much on the initial one, so just don't want it to pool. We're going for thin layers still. Did you take the final step like coating or something? I think the paint itself is kind of like a coating, and honestly, if it gets a little patina from being touched, it should be fine. And that's kind of the point of me doing a lot of layers of paint instead of just 2. Looking beautiful. Looking great. Thank you, thank you. It's gonna change a lot from here though. Like even so it's starting to look shiny, right? But after I do the black wash, it's gonna like get rid of a lot of the shine. But then as we add some of the highlights, it's gonna come back. And then you can even scratch some of the paint off and get more weathered look because you'll get the layer underneath as long as you let it fully dry. So yeah, there's like a lot of things that I want to try to see if I can maximize off some of these techniques. And again, a lot of this I'm learning from Warhammer miniatures. And I think the key thing here is like as I add the future paints on, instead of just using the paint on its own, I'm going to be watering it down a lot, and it's going to add a lot more like clean transitions and texture. But yeah, this is just base coat over brush. So it sits on top of the black a little bit and adds some highlight, but also just like a base gray instead of it being black. Right. So you can see from the light though, like the effect is already starting. Right. You see where the light's reflecting off. And so like a lot of that will stay. And then the rest of it with this wash is going to mute the rest of it. And let me just get a little bit more on the legs here. So yeah, this is silver with wrought iron. So it's still pretty dark. All right, so now I should probably let it try a little bit longer, but for the sake of the stream, we're just gonna apply our wash. Let's put the brush to the side for now. This guy to the side. All right, so the wash, again, the important thing here is to not let it pool. But it's going, because there's so much water and it's sitting on the acrylic, it's kind of going to flow into some of the deeper cracks. But it's also just going to add a lot of texture and stain to the model. Now you probably won't notice it now, but it's really going to come out once we once it fully dries. So I'm going to try to work on the areas where I painted first, so it's a bit drier. And again, we just don't want it to pool. But you see how it kind of already adds some depth back, right? And so that's the goal. I might have watered this down a little bit too much actually, but the nice thing is when you go a little bit lighter on this, you can always do a thicker wash or glaze next. And the water spreads really fast, so. Yeah, I think already with this base coat, like especially here, it's way different than when it was just a black paint. Okay, and then now with this wash, right, you can see a lot of the depth in these areas are starting to come back. It's kind of a neat technique. And I've seen in some videos where they use even different colors, not just a black wash. A lot of it is like by default to make it quick and fast. You just use a black wash, but you can do browns. It kind of depends what color you're using, but in general, base metallic, pretty easy just to stick with the black. When you do things like bronze and stuff, you probably want to use like a something else, but even the black still kind of works. Yeah, so it's really interesting, right? Like when you remove some of the shine, it works better. You know what I mean? But then we're gonna build on that. It's like this is pretty rough. So like even here, maybe I let this probably pool a little bit too long. But we can just go over some of those imperfections and make it look a little weathered. What do you think? Do you kind of see Bodo why I'm not really dry brushing yet? But then once I do dry brush, it's gonna like super highlight. But yeah, in my other video, you're right. Like I should use less paint. The problem is I didn't have a good dry brushing brush, but now I do. I don't know if you're still here, but look at these dry brushes, dude. Look at these. So now I'm gonna actually be able to properly apply like the other stuff. How would you handle painting models with color change? I probably wouldn't. If there's a good natural color change, I just wouldn't. Um, but I mean, like again, with this one, the only reason I painted it like this is again to match the game colors. But this is technically natural color change, so you could go something really stark difference. Like ideally, forget the blues, forget a lot of the browns, and only do silver brown for natural color change. But even still, like at this point, if you're painting it, like it kind of ruins the point of natural color change. So if you're doing a natural color change, I would just start with paper that has good natural color change. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of just experimenting here with this stuff. Do something a little different for fun, because it's a lot of fun, honestly. Also, the Warhammer minifigure painting community, like it's so huge, and I feel like if we can learn so much from that, because especially if we're making humanoid stuff like this, it's pretty close to making miniatures, or they're not really making their miniatures; they're just painting them. But we're doing both. Or we can do both. We can um, make the model and then paint it. You know what I mean? But right now, I'm good at making the model, but I'm not very good at painting it. But the only way to get better is to do it, right? So originally, I didn't paint this one for a long time, but then I'm like, what am I scared of? Like, even if I mess it up, I can just paint over it or fold another one. So, but so far, this is not bad at all. Even with just this. Pretty cool. All right. Now, because I did the wash, this has to like completely dry before I add more paint. Otherwise, it's just going to blend in ways I don't want it to. So ideally, again, nice wet palette so the paint will stay fresh for a while, and I can cover it with a paper towel. Wet paper towel, and it'll be chilling. We can just let this dry. when it dries, does it take another color or is it like this? So it'll relatively look like this, but the black will start to fill in a little bit more. Um, so like a lot of times, if the mistake I've made in the past, with some of my past washes, is I will do the wash and then I'm like, I don't see the color enough and I do too much. And then when it dries, it's like, I like completely muted all the metallic, right? And so like, I don't want to mute all the metallic. So I think this is a good place to stop. But again, if you mute all the metallic, then you just have to coat it again and go until you're happy, basically. I love the randomness of this model. I'm low-key thinking about painting my Death Battle model, but I'm worried that I might mess it up. In the words of Forger, I don't know if this is a Forger quote, but I feel like this is something he'd say. He'd just say, just don't mess up. So the rose, like with the texture, right? Like, I feel like it could work because like a rose generally has this kind of texture, right? So there's natural depth and you can really accent it. So again, with the Wilder, like the most successful part was literally these crumples, which is kind of similar to a rose because you can actually like dry brush this well. With other parts of the origami that are really flat, right? It's hard to dry brush because there's not too much raised points that you're hitting. So you either have to like manually edge highlight, right? Or like be really careful to not go too much. Like, for some of these, you can definitely see where like my dry brush just turned into an overbrush, and that's not really what you wanted or what you would want. But when it's like naturally textured, it's really easy to dry brush. So for the rose, that would probably work. And if you even do a red Bodo, you can do like really dark red on the as the base and just bring up in a gradient until you get a highlight, right? And then that would like work super well. For the depth in the rose, and it's like a non-intrusive type painting. And then if yours is color change, right, you just have rose one color, everything else some other color that doesn't have to be dry brushed or really painted anything other than the other, or it couldn't even, maybe you don't even paint it at all. Maybe it's just a natural paper color, right? Anise, hey boys, I was very curious to see how you painted your models. It looks great. Thanks, Anise. So for that's me. Thank you actually for the compliment. Let me just take this guy out. Actually, what's interesting, because like we're kind of at the end. I have to wait for this to dry, so I can't show much more. But basically for this one, what we did is we used a mix of silver and wrought iron, so a metallic paint and a slightly darker paint. And so we can just basically what I'll be keeping this for is I'll slightly go brighter and brighter with the paint. But the first coat is pretty much an overbrush. So I'm just like very roughly covering the whole thing with the paint. And then I use this, which is a little black paint with water. So it's super watery. And you can go back into stream once this is over, but it brings back some of the depth. So a lot of these pockets that you see like here, this is caused from that water. And so it kind of blends a lot of the metallic look on the flat surfaces to not be as shiny. Because if the whole thing is shiny, that's not really great, right? Now it looks more weathered. And so like that's the basic principle. And then later on, I'll do a real dry brush with just the highlights and very little paint to really make it brighter. Because right now the model is still super dark. But I can just keep going up in brightness. And that's essentially how you get, I think it like again, on this model, the best paint job is this. And this was black paint, brown on top, the black wash, white on the edges as dry brush, and then stained with a glaze. So the white became a light brown / copper looking, right? And that's like very, very much gave a lot of range of highlight. And you can kind of see the same in the base. I tried to do like a rocky stone weathered finish. You can see the hit I did of black. Obviously, it's black tissue paper underneath, a 3D printed base. And then I crumpled it, right? And then naturally, it's like darker to lighter. I probably went a little too hard on the. I didn't want it to be too dark, so I did a lot of overbrush. So this isn't really a dry brush. This is like an overbrush, but you can see where it took on the texture. And I didn't want it like too contrasty, because if it's too contrasty, then it gets in the way of the model. But like it's a nice effect. It's a nice effect. But pretty much I just looked on YouTube like painting rocks tutorial, and then that's I just followed the workflow that they used. And then the stand is like a black 2.0 paint, so you can't see this stand much through the, like, it hides pretty well. You can see it a little bit, but that's the gist of what I'm trying to learn. And then, like, I don't think I'm very good at this yet, but I've seen a lot of people be really good at it, and it makes them really cool. Like, it just looks super, super cool. What tutorial you're gonna make? I think it's gonna be the Wilder. That's what people are voting for. But in the future, I still want to do one of the Rathalos, because this it's so cool, man. It's like, it's actually a good design. The others I don't think is that great, but this one's actually like a good design. I like the way I did this middle pleat. It's pretty sweet with the side pleats to get like this rib thing, and there's no real level shifter needed for that. You just valley fold one of the layers on top. But it's an illusion, because then this is symmetrical with the little raised chest. The shape is really nice. The skirt is really cool. It's like layered on top. And then the legs are really 3D, because I used a raised structure here along the center ridge. So it like actually covers the knee, not just sits in the knee. So I like this design like way more. And same with the shoulders. The shoulders are like actually like on top of the shoulder, not in the shoulder. So it makes it nice to shape. And the arms are long enough. And this is really cool. This is a 3-unit wide shift, right, to the corner. You can kind of see the structure of it. I don't know. So I really like this design. I wish it won. The shield's really cool too. But people are voting for this one, so I'll make this one first. Dude, honestly, Aaron Bodo in the chat. That's kind of lit. Speaking of European origami folders, I really want to go to Europe in 2026. So potentially, I maybe sent an email replying to something for Europe in 2026 and started planning a little bit with people. We'll see though. We'll see. But I really, really want to go to Europe next year for origami. And I think it can happen realistically. Okay, Ani say no. Okay, cool. I don't know if there's a reply yet, but I haven't checked since I started streaming. Hopefully things work out. That'd be really cool. Europeans are here. Nice to have boys live during breakfast. Well, it's going to be close towards the end of the live, but I did mention earlier that my schedule is kind of changing. So I think the new stream times will be Saturday morning my time, which will be Saturday afternoon, evening for Europe. So I'll be back in like a more European friendly time zone for people to watch and not just catch the end of this stream, right? But also with that announcement, for the Origami USA convention coming up, Boom. And for Bodo, this is an update for you. These are done now, so I'll hit you up about our thing we're planning. This weekend, I'm going to try to do all the logistics and set stuff up in the back end. And yeah, but these will be sold at the Origami USA convention in New York. Pretty exciting. Edition 1 and 2. I'm a lot happier with the artist that made this one. I mean, this one is cute, but I like the style that the artist used for this one. And the artist who made this one already promised to do volume 3, which is in the works of being made. And is actually going to do it for me for free, which is awesome. So that'll be cool. Volume 3 is starting up. Even before Volume 2 is officially sold yet, Volume 3 is in the making. So that's going to be really fun. Tomorrow starts here, so I'm sure it'll dry fast. Result was awesome, so interesting. I'll definitely catch up on the stream. It's something I would like to explore. For now, I'm experimenting with painting before folding. Painting some minis for yeah, honestly, dude, I need to 3D print myself some minis and practice. I probably shouldn't be practicing on my finished origami models. Miniatures are probably the better way to practice, but it's still fun, even though it's not super great. But I think I've received like a decent feedback on like the recent one, so it's not like I ruined the model. Hopefully, yet. This one turned the samurai. The samurai wasn't really great because I just did that fast for the video, but like this one looks really good. I think if you see like the pictures I took of it, where the camera's actually picking up a lot of the stain I did, like it looks really weathered and nice. But yeah, the normal metallic colors is what I found a lot easier than colors. Colors I still have a lot of work on to figure out, but metallic stuff is easier to not mess up. Awesome. Wait, what is that? Just woke up. Oh, we have a lot of Europeans coming in. Let's go. What is this? Crazy, right? Other things you guys missed. I did a fold along. So it's kind of a mini tutorial in this stream for a pyramid head design. It's pretty cute. It's like a chibi pyramid head with the natural color change. And it's a 30 degree reference. No glue. Perfect for a convention model. So I'm teaching this at the Origami USA convention. This is like my test to see how I would kind of teach it. And if I could find a sequence that would be decent for pre-creasing. So that was pretty fun. I'm actually pretty happy with this model. I think it's pretty cute. So if you want to try folding it, now you know. It's like low-key a hidden tutorial of my convention class. Or one of them. And then the other convention class is going to be geometric. Origami by Boyce teaching a geometric model? Crazy. Crazy. I'm trying to hit the other audience of the convention. Like the majority of origami conventions, I think, are still geometric folders. But this one, it's a shuriken. So like it's a ninja star, basically. Trunk. It's kind of cool. This is from a square as well. But yeah. All right. So I think that wraps up this stream. I got to get going. I'm not going to sleep yet, but I've got some other things to do. So I'm going to end stream there and then look out for when this is done. Hopefully it turns out really well. I feel like I have more knowledge now and the correct tools. Like I was trying to dry brush with this, which I chopped, but the bristles are too thick. It's like I finally have an actual dry brush. So I think the dry brushing will turn out a lot better. Like I was trying to dry brush with this before, and it's pretty bad. But yeah, I think that's it for stream. Thank you guys for coming. Oh, I also made boxes, but yeah. Next stream might be Saturdays in the morning, so hopefully I'll plan that a little bit better. But really exciting. I think there's a lot of tips on answering questions about people wondering, what should I do with a convention, stuff like that. And it's good to see everyone share some of the extraneous skills and tips I picked up instead of not just folding origami. But good night, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Have a wonderful weekend.